I am black, I am bold, I am beautiful. I am black, I am bold, I am beautiful. And again, we just put on our crowns. And see, your crown is actually the connection to your creator. Yes. Even if you think about your chakras and your crown chakra, that is your connection to your higher consciousness. It is the power that lies within you that is drawn from your creator. And you see, today what I want to talk about, about how energy is everything. And you have the power in your two hands. You have the power to live your life on purpose. You have the power to create exactly what it is that you want. You have the power to know exactly who it is that you are. You have the power to be true to the authentic you. And you have the power to know that you are already enough.
Hi, I'm Megan Davis Aderele, business strategist to powerhouse service-based entrepreneurs who are ready to build a business that elevates their impact, their influence, and their income. At the Aditu agency, we teach experts laser-focused business success strategies that are designed to help them package up their expertise, leverage their brilliance, and launch their signature offers. So if you are serious about taking your business to the next level and looking to scale up, serve more, reach new goals, and step fully into your power, then I'd like to invite you to schedule a consultation so that we can figure out where the gaps are in your business and see if we're a good fit for one another. If you are truly looking to manifest your visions into reality, then book your call today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We will go ahead and get started. We're going to have someone to give us a prayer to open us up.
Good morning. May we take this moment to get very still. Close your eyes and know that the joining of these minds and these bodies and these hearts are here to strengthen the crown. We are blessed to have these souls who have so much knowledge to share and to give and to enlighten us. May we bless them. May all of the things that they intend to share and all the knowledge that they have to be able to give resonates through their center of the voice. May we walk together in this journey, knowing where we are at right now is where we need to be, and it is all that we need to be. May we know that strengthening our crown will go further than where we are today. It will continue to multiply because we are all here joined together, one heart, one mind, in order to receive the love and all of the knowledge that has been bestowed upon us by Megan and her honored guests that have so much to share. May you be blessed in this journey and your hearts are open and your mind is ready to receive as you strengthen the crown. May we all, in whatever God that we are walking with, are in our true selves, be able to seal this with amen, which means it is done. Amen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That was beautiful. Thank you, Yvette, for blessing us with that word. And amen. Ashe, shalom. And so it is. Mahatma Gandhi said, to be the change that you wish to see in the world. And when I birthed this vision for this conference, I wanted to hold a space for other women of color, especially, but just people in color in general, so that they can really learn how to not just survive, but learn how to thrive spiritually. Growing up, I always knew that I was different, to the point that even in elementary school, I remember the students used to tease me and call me Medusa, right? And I could feel pain in others. A lot of times we don't always know our spiritual gifts, but I remember even to this day, I can watch a movie, I can see something, and it's almost as if I can feel other people's pain. And I also vividly always remember just dreaming and, seeing spirits and receiving deposits. And when you come from generations of healers and people that have divine gifts, as I do, oftentimes you don't always know what to do with your gifts. And so I just wanted to host a platform and to hold space for other people who are spiritually gifted, but also have a passion for entrepreneurship. And just, I wanted to speak with other people who maybe don't necessarily agree with the things that I agree with, maybe are not practicing the way that I'm practicing, but still that we can just come together in homage and honor and respect and just have heart-to-heart conversations. I might not resonate with everyone because everybody is not for me, but I wanted to bring forth other people who can help to aid you in your spiritual journey. You see, unlike a lot of my counterparts, I actually grew up in a non-denominational temple where my ancestral lineage, like I said, came from those of metaphysical ministers. And I also too began my journey and I became a metaphysical minister. For the longest time, I was just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, what I wanted to do with my business. I had faced 3 layoffs, trying to figure out why my business was not getting up on the ground. And what ended up happening was some people started giving me words, basically. It wasn't any type of traditional readings, but I had like about 3 people come to me and they kept telling me, Megan, you're avoiding your gifts in so many words. And, as a child, I remember my aunt had a candlelight shop down in Miami, which is kind of like a modern day botanical or a spiritual shop. And so for birth, I was always around, spiritually based entrepreneurs. And so spirituality was ingrained in me. And so what I realized is that was not the common norm for a lot of people. A lot of times people are just starting their spiritual walk. Whereas with my grandmother, she started her spiritual walk and had a temple since the 1940s. And so I can always say that I've been blessed. I have been, it's just been an honor to be on this journey. And sometimes we take things for granted because we don't realize the things that we have, the power that we have, and the blessings that we have, and the purpose for our lives. And so I want us just to come together no matter what your belief is today. Don't think about the labels of what we call things, right? For instance, nobody can really tell me what the big difference is between a psychic and a prophet, right? Some people just prefer to go to a prophet because it's in the 4 walls of a church. But what's the difference? Can somebody sit and tell me what the true difference is between a prophet and a psychic, right? Most people cannot. Or tell me what the difference is between God and the universe, right? So most people cannot have these conversations and actually say what these things are. And so what I want you to realize is that there is choice, that you have power, right? And your power is in your choice and your decision. And so today I want you to make a decision just to have an open mind to, just think about what this other person is saying could be true. What are the things that you need to receive today? Okay. And so before we get started, I want everyone to let me know where you are tuning in from. And if someone invited you, where did you come in from? And so go ahead and put it in the chat to let me know exactly where you're coming in from. Perfect. I see that we have some people from Miami. I see Barbados. Welcome. California, Minnesota, Fort Lauderdale, Virginia, Key West, Pompano. Oh, we're all over. Charlotte, welcome, welcome, welcome. And so I wanted us to just to talk a little bit more. Welcome, everyone. And if you know that you have someone that needs to hear this information, if you wouldn't mind sending them the registration link, if they go to Strengthen the Crown right now, go to strengthenthecrown.com. You can send in that registration link and they will automatically receive the invitation to join us. And welcome. And so I want to tell you guys a little bit of a story about how I kind of got here. Both of my parents actually died when I was 12 years old. And around this time, I would say, is when a lot of my visions and dreams became more realistic. And I don't think anybody actually knows this part of the story, but they became so realistic until when I was about 12, 13, 14, somewhere around there. I did what I felt that most other spiritually gifted individuals tend to do. I suppressed my gifts. And a lot of times people don't realize that people sometimes choose, again, it's power of choice. I chose to suppress my gifts. At this point in my life, I'm not trying to start crying right now, but at this point in my life, you know, I was just asking God, like, why me? Why did all of this have to happen to me, right? And so that's what I did, is I asked God to, you know, silence the thoughts in my head, my dreams of, you know, doing various things, right? Because I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know how to manage the dreams and manage the things that were going on. And so, you know, a lot of times what people do is that by the time you experience so much pain and so much anger and so much animosity, it's like you don't really know what to do, right? And so sometimes you are angry with God, and you know, you just really want to sit and you want to think about, like, well, why me? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to, thank you, how am I supposed to sit and live life with everything that is going on? And so one of the big things is that I had a conversation with God, and I was like, until you tell me what my purpose is, I just want things to get silenced. And so I tried to carve a different path for myself, right? I did what I thought I was supposed to do. I went to school, got good grades, got a master's. And then all of a sudden, I really was not honoring my own heightened level of spirituality, but I always knew how to protect my own energy. And I knew that something was off, right? Because a lot of times people know when something is not right. They know, I'm sure if you're like this, you know that you're supposed to be doing more. You know that you're supposed to be operating in a different level. And so everybody does not have people to support them. And the great thing is that I have always had people to support me. I might not have always acknowledged the support of those people, but they have been around. But when I started opening up my story to a lot more people, I realized that everybody out there does not have that same level of support. And so I started creating this conference as it is right now, which is Strengthen the Crown. And that's what I want to do, is I just wanted to be a support for other people who are facing the taboos of spirituality, the taboos of business, the taboos of just trying to really walk in your purpose. and just being unsure, right? And for the longest time, I just knew that something was off. Something was off energetically. Something was off, just like, how could a person go through the loss of their parents, right? Both of them. Then about the time I was 14, I had another cousin, David, who I became really close with because my father did a lot from him. He died at 14. And then all this other kind of stuff started happening in my life, right? And so when it came down to it, it just really, a lot of stuff that I had gone through before I was like 18 years old. Some people had never faced these things in like their whole lifetime, right? And so that's why I just wanted to utilize this platform just to really, let people know that you're not alone, that there's other people out there. I know a lot of people in their families that they might be the only one that has any type of spiritual gifts, right? But there's other people, there's resources out here for you. And, like I was saying, for me, I was laid off. In addition to everything with my family side, I just started having things going, array personally. I went to school, and then I ended up having 3 layoffs, right? 3 separate layoffs. You go to school, you think you have a good job, director level positions. I actually had a nice corner office, where I could actually see Pompano Beach on where my office was, right? And so you get these things and you just start thinking about, okay, well, what else is going to happen to me? What else is next? How much more do I have to take? And so sometimes it's really just about surrendering, right? And just being obedient. So this conference is really about me being obedient. You see, in the chakra system, our invisible energy is called our chi. It's our prana, it's life force, and it is vital to our essential well-being. And you see, your chakra energy, it also, sorry, y'all. Your chakra energy expands into your mind, into your body, as well as into your soul. And then it helps you move to your material world, right? And so imbalances, sometimes where you're feeling off in your business, where you're feeling off in your life, is because of these imbalances that sometimes have nothing to do with you. And these things can really just show up in the form of your business. People always think that your chakras are just personal, but your chakras also affect your business. And these can affect your business in the forms of challenges, in the forms of problems, in the forms of obstacles. And you see, we as humans, we have our innate rights that are given to us at birth by spirit. And each chakra is associated with the divine right. And activities such as practicing affirmations and actions lead to greater chakra balancing. And so I want to run us through a quick little exercise. And so if you can, wherever you are, just repeat after me. I have everything that I need. I am rooted and grounded. I trust my intuition. I speak my truth. I am fulfilling my destiny. I love myself fully. I easily release past hurts. I am grateful for my business and the people in my business. I attract only people, things, and situations for my highest good. I am a cheerful giver. I discover new ways of being every single day. I am light. I am love. I am expanded consciousness. I embody confidence and balance. I use my power for good. I manifest my best business. I do whatever it takes to succeed. I am connected to all that is. I am the change that I wish to see in this world. I will thrive. I am divine. You are one with God. You are one with the divine. You are one with the universe. You see, we call each other kings and queens, and these royals are known for what? What are royal people known for? They are known for wearing their crowns. right? And see, your crown chakra is located at the top of your head. And your crown chakra is actually your anointed space. And think about when a baby is being born and the mother is giving birth. They're actually saying that the mother is crowning. And see, and then this same sensitive space in the top of your head is then protected. Everybody always say, don't touch that baby in their head, right? And oftentimes you also see that a baby's head is covered for months. And as you get older, as a teenager, and you start going out with your friends and you start getting your hair done, right? You always hear the expressions of, you can't be letting everybody touch your head. And you see crowns, they come in various forms. They're in tiaras, they're in geles, they're in yarmulkes, they're in hijabs, they're in kofis, or sometimes they're just the hair on your head. But all of these images, they signify our sacred space. And you have to honor our crown in order to gain a better understanding of exactly who it is that you are. And as a spiritual being in human form, you have a spiritual source at your soul, and one's crown or your seventh chakra is the doorway to connect your energy of spiritual source. The Latin word spir, S-P-I-R, actually means to breathe. And it is used in other words such as inspire, aspire, spirit, and spiral. And metaphysically speaking, the term spirit is a name for God. Hence, we've all heard about the Holy Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. But to go a step deeper, spirit and mind are actually synonyms if you look it up in a metaphysical Bible. Therefore, in all actuality, we know that God's spirit as mind and the one mind or intelligence of the universe. So in essence, you are God and God is within you. Remember that you have breath, you have power, and you have the ability to activate your own power. It is time for you to stop ignoring your spiritual power. I'm not here to argue with you to figure out what you want to call it. You can call it God, you can call it spirit, you can call it universal consciousness, you can even call it science. How you identify with it is not important. It's important how you honor it. But let's all agree that God is love at the end of the day. And as you have this ability to tap into your own power, you have this ability to tap into your own greatness. You have the strength with your divinity, because remember, nobody else is coming to save you. You have to take and do whatever it is that you have to do to save yourself. But you have to understand that everything is energy. You might not understand about your chakras. Maybe this is the first time that you're hearing about your chakras, but everything is energy. And you must understand energy in order for us to flow in divine alignment with the energy of God and the universe as we have ourselves, so that we are open. And as I said, your crown chakra is your highest energy center that allows you to have this direct connection with God. And your crown is like a rod that's actually running all the way through your body. And the points of it actually go up. And so this thing that we call life, this journey of healing, is actually something that you cannot do one time. You have to be in a constant state of healing. And that's why every single day you must wake up and you must put on your crown. So let's shift the energy for a second. I want you to close your eyes, right? And take a couple of deep breaths. And oftentimes we know what our dominant side is, right? And so what I want you to do is I want you to take your thumb and I want you to close one of your nostrils. And I want you to inhale. And then I want you to take your pointer finger and close the other one and exhale. I want you to do this again and inhale And exhale. Now what I want you to do is I want you to take your two hands and I want you to rub them together. I know y'all can't be in the chats, but you should start feeling heat. And it's starting to get warm. And you can play with it. And you could actually feel the heat going and coming, right? And so what you're doing right now is you're actually realizing that you have the ability to create your own energy. Sometimes when we get cold, we do this, right? And so to actually identify exactly where your crown chakra is, I'm going to help you right now to put on your crown. So take and go right above your thumb, put your thumb like right above the top of your ear on both of them, right? And then you're going to bring your fingers and bring it to a point. And once you do that, come all the way down. That's your soft spot from when you were a baby, right? And so as you see, what you're doing is you actually have really put on your crown from right here. Who's wearing their crowns? And you see the archetype for a chakra is actually a sage or a wise woman. And it's associated with the plant, which is the lotus flower. And this chakra is most associated with our spiritual connection. But the reality is that all of your chakras are. Your physical body is merely just a manifestation of source energy. So when your crown chakra is open and aligned, it appears to look like a halo, which is in fact the reason why many pictures of angels and spiritually transcendent beings like saints, if you notice, they all have those pictures of halos, right? You always see these pictures of halos. And so just think about that. Every single time that you like look at some old Bibles, right? Or you go into an old church, you see half the time it was white people, right? And you would see them and you would actually see them with these big halos. And this was an indication, or is an indication, that they have spiritually transcended, right? And because as a spiritual being, the goal is to progress through the path of awareness to transcendence. And your crown chakra is a spiritual doorway for our consciousness and eternal knowing to manifest in this physical life. And this journey that I described is not necessarily a journey, but rather an evolution. Repeat after me. I honor the divine within me. I honor the divine within me. I honor the divine within me. And you see, the only things that can flow are those things that are already deposited within you. So if you feel that something is off, that something is not aligned, you have to be sure that you're depositing more things within you so that you can get back into flow and back into alignment. And today, I want your crown chakra to be open, right? So that you can have peace, so that you might gain wisdom, so that you can be inspired to learn how to trust yourself more, so that you can reach your highest potential. But you have to surrender your will for God's will in your life. And I want you to know exactly how powerful it is that you are. You already are a divine healer because everything that you need is already within inside of you. And you have the power within your own two hands to heal yourself. I want you to ascend to the level of goddess or queen so that you can really claim your divine birthright and your divine inheritance. And as a child, pretty much all of us have learned a hymn that was pivotal in our life. And that hymn was "This Little Light of Mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine." So after today, my hope is that you don't just shine, but I want you to glow. And sometimes there's a misunderstanding that spirituality is separate from real life, especially in business. And if you are connected to me, we are connected. And I also know that you probably have some type of spiritual endeavor. And so, however, I don't want you just to help with your spirituality, but I want to help with your whole soul purpose so that you can walk in your higher business path or in your higher career. And when you strategically shift to discover your soul's purpose of your business and subconsciously, really just start thinking about your own experiences. If you ever get low, just remember that you are divine. And just repeat and just keep saying that to yourself. I am divine. I am divine. I am divine. And each chakra or energy source, they build upon one another and they enable you to reach your highest potential. Your first chakra or your root chakra is actually your business foundation. Your second chakra or your sacral honors your creativity. See, some of y'all think we just being a little spiritual right now, right? But Cardi B was trying to tell y'all something when she had that song about WAP, her and Megan Thee Stallion, right? They were trying to put y'all on game because that area actually bursts your creativity. Okay. The third area is your solar plexus, right? This is where your mindfulness and it honors the life sports. And this is like your own internal hype man. Your fourth chakra, which is your heart, which a lot of us have a lot of pain and a lot of hurt and a lot of healing. This is your leadership style. And just repeat after me, just say that my heart is open and I'm ready to receive. This is your center, where your centered purpose lies and how you attract customers and clients in your business. Your fifth chakra is your throat. This supports your authentic communication. It's things such as like your marketing, your ability to do various team building, and just ensuring that your voice is heard. Your sixth chakra, which is your brow chakra, sometimes people know this as your third eye. This helps you to tap into your intuition, such as like balancing your analytics, as well as your creative or intuitive decision making. And then your seventh chakra, which we will get in today, especially as it relates to your business, so that you can really command that flow, is that this is your spiritual connectedness. This is your sense of purpose. This is the clarity in your thoughts. This is the faith in yourself. This is your abilities in your business. This is the authentic you. Say, God, I open myself up to hearing your voice clearly. Speak to me in a way that I know that it's you. Because oftentimes our creator is speaking to us, but we don't always hear it clearly. So sometimes you have to ask God to speak to you clearly in a way that you know without a doubt that it is him that is speaking to you. Because people, we have to work from wholeness. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You have to pour from your overflow. Just say, I'm overflowing, I'm overflowing, I'm overflowing, I'm overflowing, I'm overflowing. And you see the 8 ladies who I will be bringing up to the stage momentarily, they will be pouring into you from their overflow, right? But I first had to set the atmosphere so that you can first be open, so that you can be open to receive. And so utilize these various tips, these tricks, these activations that they are going to bring to you today. My only request is that you're respectful, that you keep an open mind. Everything might not resonate with you, but I'm a firm believer that you can learn something from every single situation. And so before I introduce the first speaker, which we had Ms. Brialle, she will start coming up. Like I said, I just want to talk a little bit more about strengthening the crown. And all of these experts, except for one, I actually reached out to. I had no idea who they were. I had this vision. I said, I want these people in these type of fields. I maybe saw something on the internet that they had. I started searching LinkedIn. I started searching Amazon. I did Google searches, and I reached out to all of them so that I could start forming new relationships to really start, changing my circle of people that I was around. And so I just asked them, hey, would you have a conversation with me? I'm starting this project, and is this something that you would be interested in? Because I want to have real dialogue about a topic that can empower other people, right? And so I wanted to bring today various people who maybe I've not worked with, but I have done something in some of the realms that they will be talking about. And so, you know, I don't want spirituality to be taboo any longer. And so, you know, oftentimes I was joking with my friend Yvette, blessings Yvette. We were going everything last night, and she was just like, Megan, put some of your personality into it. Like, why do you want to talk about business and spirituality? And I said to her, I said, you know, for so long, business and spirituality, they have just been so taboo. And a lot of people that I see, right? And when somebody says, oh, I hope you're not one of those spiritual people, right? You just think about some lady that's like hugging a big old oak tree in California, or holding a crystal ball, you know, maybe wearing some black lipstick or something, right? But y'all, this is the face of what a spiritual entrepreneur looks like, right? And I want to open up these conversations. And sometimes, you know, we have to move past our comfort zones. We have to actually do the work that we've been putting off, like reaching out, risk being rejected. These ladies could have told me no, and you know what, some people, they did tell me no. And some people I had to tell no, but you have to just really get out of your comfort zone. And you have to get into the inner workings of who it is that you are. You have to move past your fears so that you can heal yourself and so that you can heal other people. I want you today to accept the fact that you're transforming, that you're healing, and that you have the power. The power, again, remember, in your two hands to actually heal yourself. And I want you to also know that you're here for a reason. So shift from doubting and wondering to now to knowing that you are here to strengthen the crown. As we are coming on, I want you to take a selfie and let other people know, post it on social media, take a selfie of yourself and put it on social media to let everybody know that you are strengthening the crown. If you can, please use some of the hashtags that we have for tonight. But I want you to take a quick 30 seconds. All y'all getting is 30 seconds because Brialle is ready to come up, and use the hashtag strengthen my crown, strengthening my crown, and tag me in it. And you know what? If I see some good tags, y'all, we giving away some prizes today. So let's bring Brialle up. Hello.
Blessings.
How are you?
I'm well. So happy to be here.
Thank you for being here. And so, you guys, before I start with Brialle, you know how like you're searching, like I said, I was up searching online, and I ran across something that she had, and I hit her up on IG, right? And so I just thought about Brialle. I was like, oh, she's like my free-spirited like little sister. And she was talking about the correlation between one's root chakra and their crown chakra. And so have you ever just been around someone and every time they smile, they just make you want to smile? Like every time I've spoken with Brialle, every time she smiles, she just makes me want to smile. And so I just want to introduce you to Brialle. And Brialle actually empowers women to get free, to heal holistically, and to remember who it is that they truly are. And as the creator of the Black Women's Healing Fund and Getting Free, A Journey Within, Brialle uses tools such as yoga, meditation, plant-based nutrition, energy healing, authentic dialogue, and conscious community for radical transformation. So Brialle, talk to the people. Tell them a little bit more about you and what some of your spiritual powers are.
Yes, hello. It's so wonderful to be with you all. Who I am is the possibility of peace, transformation, and liberation. And I'm a holistic health coach. I came into this work because the same tools such as yoga, meditation, mindfulness, plant-based nutrition and energy healing have been healing in my own life. And so now I share the tools to help empower others on their journey of healing and getting free. So that's a little bit about the what I do. And as I said, the why of it is, my own healing journey. And so because Megan, you let out in vulnerability, I'm going to follow the way and and share a little bit about my own story of why I came to these practices. And so you talked about how the chakras have these connections between our mind and our body. And I do feel that the chakras are such a great way of starting to understand the mind-body connection and how our emotions, our thoughts, our body, our energy, and our spirit all coincide. And so what I found is that when we leave something unaddressed and repressed emotionally, that can manifest itself physically. So that was the case for me. The way that this showed up for myself is I experienced sexual trauma when I was a teenager, and for a long time just kind of denied and repressed that experience. And it wasn't until I started to have some physical manifestations years later that I was constantly, going to see my OBGYN with reproductive health challenges. I had a cyst removed from my right ovary. I was getting multiple diagnoses and all of these health challenges in this one area. And I was like, why is this happening? Like, I'm a fairly healthy, active person. Why do I keep having these challenges all in this one area? And so a friend was like, hey, you should check out the chakras, because I've learned that, when something's going on physically, that there's something emotional underneath at the root of it. And that really resonated for me. And so I started researching the chakras and, was like, okay, so what chakra goes with reproductive health challenges? And I learned that it was the sacral chakra, our second energy center, that creative center. And I was like, okay, so what causes imbalance in this energy center? One of the first things that popped up was sexual trauma. And this light bulb went off, like, oh, yeah, this part of me that I have continued to repress and deny, my body is now literally calling me to heal, begging me to pay attention. Please pour some love and attention into this area. And so I did. I started learning, okay, so what can I do to heal the sacral chakra? And started this journey of healing myself in a really holistic way. And in the commitment to that healing and showing up for myself every day, I not only literally did physically heal myself, I had months before I started that journey, received a diagnosis of HPV, and months after doing this work every day, returned back and had literally physically healed myself. But not only that, I was noticing, my creative energy was like coming alive. I was reclaiming pleasure in my life. And so now I kind of use all of these modalities to share with other women in my approach to the chakras, in my course, Get and Free the Journey Within. And the framework that I use is the 7 R's of remembering who you truly are. And so each of those R's corresponds to the chakras. So with that second one of reclaiming pleasure, and we're talking today about the crown, so that remembering your divinity.
Wow, yes. And it's so amazing because when I really started on, my journey, I had reached out to someone and they were just saying that I really needed to sit and to focus in on like my heart, and it was so interesting because, from a child, I kind of suffered from asthma, but it didn't start reappearing more until I was an adult. And I had so much grief and so much hurt and so much pain and, animosity. And sometimes I didn't even realize exactly, what it was, but it was just there, because especially like with the loss of both parents. And then I had, before 18, like I had like 2 cousins that ended up passing away that I was close to. And, then you start getting a little bit older, like failed relationships. And so a lot of the symptoms that started appearing for me are things that, you would actually see in older adults, to the point where they had basically borderline diagnosed me with COPD. And, because I couldn't breathe, I couldn't figure out what it was. And it wasn't until I really started aligning my heart chakra, I was able to, I'm not rid of asthma. It's still, it's going away, but it's a whole lot better, because I was going to see doctors up and down. I end up having to have like, I had, most people, they know about, what is it, like almost cyst inside of like your ovaries. But I actually had them in my sinus cavity, is how it was really starting to show up in my life. And so I had to get these things removed, because it was actually, I literally could not breathe. And I went to so many doctors, they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And it actually started really loosening up for me when I really started, working on my heart chakra. And so people don't realize that a lot of times things in the spiritual world actually can manifest in the physical sense. And so I know that you know a lot of the correlations between the various chakras. And so talk to us a little bit about what you know about the crown chakra, and how, you incorporate these type of things in your program.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to the crown, you introduced it so beautifully, of our higher consciousness and our connection to the spirit realm. So your connection to God, or however you name and define a higher power, your ancestors, those people in your lineage that have passed but are always lovingly supporting you and rooting for you in all that you do. This is what's available to us in that connection. And what's really key here is that your connection to spirit is not something that anyone else can teach you, or that you can learn from a book. It is a conscious connection that you cultivate with love and intention, and continually showing up in whatever brings you that sense of divine connection. And that looks different for everyone. So that might be meditation, prayer, spiritual community, time in nature, whatever those practices that you have in your life that make you go, oh, God is real. Life is miraculous. This is beautiful. That brings you that sense of like deep connection and presence to spirit. Those are some of the key healing practices to really strengthen your crown and stay in the remembering of your divinity. And the more that you show up in those practices, the more that you really open yourself up to experiencing and embodying heaven on earth. And so if we think about heaven as a vibrational frequency of love, peace, joy, liberation, in that sense, we don't have to wait to die to go to heaven. We can embody that that vibrational frequency through our spiritual practices to be in heaven all the time.
Girl, heaven on earth. Yes, that is beautiful. And I know that you are into veganism and plant-based diets. And, I've heard different things. One of the things that I have heard is that when it comes down to, like one's crown chakra, that, there's actually not a food per se. Of course, there's various colors, like eggplants and, different things that we can eat to help to, elevate our crown chakra. But I've also heard that that the closest thing is fasting, because oftentimes you might go to church, or you might be, whatever your practice is very common to fast. And so what would you say is, as someone who is looking to embark on, a veganism or plant-based diet? And listen, Bria, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Because we friends here, right? I've tried to be vegan. I've tried to have a plant-based diet, but it doesn't work for me. Right? But I enjoy it. And so as you see that people are like trying to transition, what are some of the things that maybe, that we can eat or, partake in that would help us, with our crown chakras?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to connect this back to, we're talking specifically in terms of spirituality and business. And so what we eat also has an impact on our vitality and our the energy that we have available to be living out our purpose and our power. And so it has become really normalized to feel sick after you eat, having digestive problems, sitting on the toilet for a long time after you eat, or feeling tired. Like there's that expression of the itis, like, ooh, I got to take a nap after you eat a meal. And food should be fuel for our life. And so when we're thinking about having enough energy and vitality to be living out our dreams and our business, when you're eating a whole food plant-based diet, which is essentially whole grains, fruits, vegetables, the more that you're eating in that way, when you're eating that way, plants are rich in fiber. So all of that fiber is going to help your digestion so that you are digesting your food more quickly. Because when you're eating meat and dairy, it can take days and up to a week to digest. And digestion takes a lot of energy. So when you're eating foods that don't agree with your body and your energy has to be put towards digesting your food, that's where you're going to feel tired and not have as much vitality. But if you're eating a lot more plants, your digestion is going to be moving more properly. You're going to have your energy and feeling like energized after you eat so that you can really be doing out in the world, doing the things that you want to be doing. And then it's also in terms of like our health and our longevity. Long-term studies consistently come out with like eating a whole food plant-based diet is optimal for your health and longevity and for disease prevention. And so we're talking about people of color and specifically Black folks who are at a higher risk of heart disease, diabetes, certain forms of cancer. Heart disease and diabetes alone are not only preventable, but reversible with a plant-based diet. And so this is really important for our community specifically, just in terms of the health prevention. And then we have like the environment, like we have a pending climate crisis. And in order for us to be having our next generation stepping into the dreams that, we are in the process of fulfilling and the destinies that we're setting for the next generations, having a planet actually here, and animal agriculture is one of those leading causes of destruction on the environment, ocean dead zones, water pollution, air pollution, deforestation. And so there's a lot of levels to it, and finding your why is a really key thing in terms of making it sustainable. If you do feel called to wanting to make a transition towards plant-based or veganism, is like, do you care about the environment? Do you care about animals? Is it your health? Like what's your stake in the ground that's going to make this sustainable? And knowing that you really don't have to give anything up. It's about replacing it so that you can still have your favorite foods. You can still have pizza and ice cream. It's just finding another alternative for it. And there's so many amazing alternatives out there now that you can still have pleasure in your food as well. And it's not a sacrifice.
Yeah, like I know there's been a couple of times that I have gone plant-based. It's not that I can't do it. I think it's the choice, like I was saying. I've just chose not to do it, right? But there are times in my life, and there have been repeated times that even as a child, I didn't want those type of things. And just from a medical standpoint, not really eating cheese and dairy and all of those things, right? And so I also recall hearing a study. Well, it wasn't a study. The guy. What is that plant? That the one. Oh my God.
Soursop?
No, the alternative that's kind of popular. The
jackfruit.
No, the actual. It's a processed.
What is
the burger?
Beyond Burger.
The Beyond Burger. Yes, okay. The Beyond Burger. Yeah. There, right? So with the Beyond Burger, the guy, I don't even think that they said that. I don't think he's actually vegan who was the creator of this Beyond Burger, but just that he was looking at it from the standpoint of the sustainability of like animals, that at the rate of consumption, that there's not going to be enough animals for us to eat. So he was just trying to give people like alternatives just to have this. And so like, how long have you been like in this lifestyle, like vegan?
Yeah, I've been vegan for 3 years, but I went vegetarian, was the first in my family to do it when I was 11, around like really young, and kind of just, my parents say I was inspired by Lisa Simpson from The Simpsons. There must have been an episode where she was like, wrestling with this choice of understanding that like meat came from animals. And I was like, whoa, no, I love animals. I don't want to eat animals. And, thankfully I had supportive parents who
Right.
helped me actually stay with that choice and supported that for me. But, I started to get more educated as the years were going on, and some really awesome documentaries like What the Health and Cowspiracy are what actually helped me make the switch from vegetarian to vegan.
And I've never watched those. I had some friends that had some parties because I don't want to see it. Right. But I know that a lot of my friends who like really embarked on that journey, that's one of the things that they watched, is that they started binge watching, all of these um docu-series about these things. And so I mean, I respect those of you that can stick with it. But I don't know, maybe one day. Maybe one day I will. But it's really about finding the things, like I said, that just really can help us flow. And so, Brialle, before we close out, what will be one of the top recommendations for someone that is really just, beginning their journey of health and healing? Like, what would you say to someone that is just beginning their journey?
Yeah, my top recommendation would be to meditate and take that time of silent, quiet contemplation to be with yourself. I'm a big believer that this journey of healing and liberation and stepping into our divinity is a process of remembering and coming home to who we truly are. And so being able to get quiet and be present with yourself and be aware of what are my thoughts that are present in my mind, and having this like conscious awareness of yourself is really key. It's going to help you reduce your stress. And so I really love to meditate first thing in the morning, especially instead of hopping on my phone and scrolling right away, taking that moment to set the tone for your day. Be present with yourself, cultivate that connection to spirit, and show up. If all you have is 5 minutes, start there and keep building upon it. And you will notice a really big shift, even just in that moment in time with yourself. Compare that to the days when you start your day scrolling on your phone, to those days when you start with setting the tone with meditation and being with yourself.
And Brielle, would you mind walking us through a brief meditation?
Yeah, absolutely. I invite you to take a moment to just ground. And in your next exhale, feel the support of the earth beneath you. And let yourself sink a little bit more into that, feeling held by the earth. If you feel comfortable and safe to do so, you can close down your eyes. And then just start to notice the natural rhythm and pace of your breath. Noticing the air coming in through your nose and out through your mouth. And feeling your belly rise and fill with air like a balloon as you inhale, and fall as you exhale. Observing the sensations in your body, the temperature on your skin. And continue breathing slowly and deeply. Be here now, present to the magic unfolding in this moment, present to the gift of life, the miracle of life in your breath. May each breath ground you in your security, elevate you in your divinity, and bring you home to the remembering. of who you truly are. Take a deep inhale and exhale. Feel the peace that is lovingly holding you right now. And know that this is always available to you and only a few breaths away. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. And I invite you to continue with this slow, deep, intentional breath as you move through the rest of this summit. Because in this space of like slowing down the breath, you really open yourself up to receive all of the goodness and gems that are being shared here. Thank you so much. And I hope that you be well.
Oh, that was so beautiful, Brialle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to drop your freebie because Brialle does have a freebie for everyone, and everyone who has registered for this conference as well. You will also be receiving a document that has everyone's freebies, all of their free gifts for you. And so can you just talk to us quickly just about your free gift, which is a reflection, some journal prompts. Reflections for Remembering is the free gift that you're going to get from Brialle.
Yeah, so Reflections for Remembering is 7 journal prompts. And these go in line with the 7 chakras and the 7 R's of remembering who you truly are. So it's to support your self-discovery. So I hope that you take that with you and really start to sit with yourself asking these questions of like, where am I feeling empowered? Where am I feeling restricted? What makes me feel really rested? And how can I bring more of that into my life? What makes me feel really aligned with my highest self? And what does my dream life look like? These are some of the questions that are in this Reflections for Remembering. So I hope that you enjoy that. And all of the links to connect with me and learn more about some more of my offerings are also within that free gift.
Yep. And so as long as you have registered for this conference, don't worry, we will be sending over everybody's social media links so that you can connect with them on social media, as well as the link to the freebie. But again, Brialle, thank you, thank you, thank you. Blessings to you. I'm looking at the comments. I see that people love your presentation. So please hang out with us. We know that you have another speaking engagement this afternoon, but thank you once again.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Hello. So how was that presentation, everybody, from Miss Brialle? How did you all love that? I see everyone is saying thank you, thank you. It was a blessing. Amazing. Perfect, perfect. So tell me, what was an aha moment that you found between the conversation with us? What was an aha moment that you had? Did you have any aha moments yet? Yes, she is such a very, very beautiful spirit. Yes, blessings. Yes, great energy. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, perfect. So let's see who we have next. Okay, so also we have some, okay, they love the meditation. Okay, being one with yourself. Oh, Renee said that she can find other ways to heal. The example that she gave to release, yes, her recovery. Yes, you guys, like healing is just so very important, and affirmations are great. Miss Phyllis said, also thinking about changing to a plant-based diet, knowing that you can reverse medical conditions and heal yourself. Yes, there is power in food, which is so awesome, So I know I will put you in contact with Brialle so that she can just really assist you with that journey. That is not my area of specialty. So next we will be speaking with Miss Smalls. So as I said, y'all, you know, I was up searching late night. I was sitting in on Amazon. Don't act like I'm the only one that's up at like 2:00 in the morning, just putting stuff in their carts, right? And so I ran across a journal. And in the description of this journal, it said, I wish my father had been present in my life so I would have not accepted a lot of crap from men. I said, oh, child, let me see who this is, right? And you see, this past year, like I was saying, it has been truly heart healing for me. A lot of us women, a lot of us Black women, Black people in generations, we have generational like daddy issues, right? That we have to heal from. And so for me, I felt that my daddy issues ran just deeper than just my daddy, right? It was issues with some of his sons, right? And not that we had any type of confrontation, sorry, but it was just the pain that was there from various sides of my family, right? And so sometimes we don't realize the hurt that we've avoided and the layers to the pain that we have and all of the layers that we have to uncover and unpack to get down to the roots of the hurt that we had and the healing that we need to heal from. And so sometimes it's like really about, okay, yeah, my dad was around, but because he died, right? But where was this person? Where was that person? Well, this person thought this, that person thought that. And sometimes when you really start thinking about the big full story and trying to get the big picture and just knowing where people are, oftentimes hurt people hurt people. And so when I was thinking about how I wanted to really frame the conversation of this, sometimes I started thinking about that Vivian Green song, right? That emotional roller coaster. Because sometimes as you're healing, you begin to really get on an emotional roller coaster of, yes, I want to heal from this. No, I don't want to heal from this. Yes, I want to do this. No, I don't want to do that. And so just think about what you need to unpack so that you can really heal. And so Miss Smalls is the author of The Black Girl's Guide to Healing Emotional Wounds, as well as the CEO of the Emotional Wellness Hub. Miss Smalls shares her journey to heal emotional wounds with Black women all around the world. And Miss Smalls is all too familiar with suffering of Black girls and shares her personal journey of uncovering the original Black girl trauma while also addressing the ongoing process of healing and recovering from wounds that were caused by past hurts. This book provides a prescription for healing in the form of a soul cleansing process. So welcome, Miss Smalls.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. I'm just excited to be here and chit chat with you all. So thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. So talk to us. I remember when we first initially spoke, you said that you had really birthed this book during the pandemic. And, you know, you had a nice, quote unquote, good job, right? One of those good jobs. And you ended up getting laid off. And that part of your story really resonated with me because, like I said, I had been laid off on 3 separate occasions, you know, prior to all of this. Within the past, like 11 years, it was about 3 layoffs, right? And so sometimes we also find ourselves getting caught up in, you know, the corporate grind and, you know, because let's be real, it's stable. When you got into a certain level, you know, you maybe get a car allowance, you get 401k, half of the time it's matching, you get additional life insurance that they'll pay out. You know, you have all of these various perks. And so we get comfortable and we get, you know, because of the stability that a corporate 9-to-5 job offers us. but then we also can tend to find ourselves being a little bit stagnant, right? And so then when something tragic happens, right, and unexpected happens, such as being laid off from a place that we thought that we were going to be retiring from, we're like, okay, well, God, well, what's next? What's really going on? Like, what am I supposed to be? How am I going to pay these bills, right? And then oftentimes that's still tacking on to another level and another layer of hurt, the hurt that we're already packing in and packing up. And so it's almost as if we're not learning a lesson, right? And so what was your motivation for you to write this book during this time?
So that's a very good question, Megan. So I started writing the book while I was still employed, okay? And what really motivated me to write the book was I wanted to just share my journey to emotional healing with to other women, right? And so some of the behaviors that I saw in myself, I saw in other women. And so that's why I really wanted to share it. And I always say I kind of stumbled in all of this, right? Because what happened was it was a very pivotal moment in my life. I had just gotten married and praise God, this year it'll be 15 years. But I will tell you, when people tell you that your first year of marriage is hard, multiply that times 20 for me. It was very, very tough for us. And partly, honestly, was because of me, right? I had brought into our marriage a lot of toxic learned behavior.
Oh, child.
That I had embraced that was sabotaging not only me, but us, my marriage, right? And so I'll give you an example. My mother and mom, if you're out there, I love you. But my mother, she was a single mom. And in our family, not just my mom, we yell, we curse, we argue, we raise our voice when we're upset. And I brought that behavior into my marriage. And my husband, I can remember the day like it was yesterday. He sat me down one day and he was like, this is a lot for me. And I knew, I saw in his face that he was serious. And I knew I can't change him. I have to change me. I wanted to love this man, but I needed to understand how he needed to be loved. And just going through this journey, I realized that the way I was showing up wasn't loving, right? Even though I was saying that I loved him, it wasn't, my actions weren't consistent with that. So I really had to go back and do a lot of the hard work, peeling back the layers, really looking at the trauma, looking at the toxic learned behavior that I had embraced within my family. And part of my situation was my mom was a single mom for some time, right? And so, and in my family in general, just past my mom, there weren't any really good, healthy examples of what a healthy relationship looked like. We didn't, I mean, and not even just marriages, right? We didn't even handle relationships with ourselves well, okay? And I brought all of that mess into my marriage. And so I had to heal. And one of the beautiful things I learned is that men equate love with respect. And so when I was yelling and cursing and acting a fool, my husband equated that with disrespect. That was disrespect. And then he saw that as unloving. So I just had to really do all of the work to clear that up. And I said, after, and even still, I'm still a work in progress, y'all. I'm not there. I'm not 100% there. I still make mistakes, but I'm definitely not that girl I was back 15 years ago. So I said, I've got to share this. I've got to share this. And so I said, one of the ways for me that I want to share this is through writing the book, The Black Girl's Guide to Healing Emotional Wounds. And so, as you mentioned, Megan, I started writing, and it was right at the very beginning of the pandemic that I began to get prepared to release the book, which was the same time I had gotten laid off from my job. And I will tell you, you're talking about an ego bruise. I was hurt because, like you said, I had grown comfortable. I was happy. You know, when you're working for somebody else, you can rely on that check to hit your bank account every 2 weeks, you know, and I was making the 6-figure salary. I had the bonuses on top of it. I was, you know, and I was managing people that were managing other people. I was doing it, y'all. And when this happened, right at the beginning of the pandemic, you know, and at first I was okay, because I was like, I have no problem finding a job. You know, I got the experience, I got the education. But I started interviewing, and those interviewers started calling me back and saying, you know, we're in the middle of this pandemic. We're getting ready to start our round of layoffs ourselves. So, but it really caused me to focus on the book. And so that's where I focused at, just getting the message out. It really wasn't even about the money to me. It was just about getting the message out. And I just, as time moved on, I just saw that people began to gravitate towards it, you know? And I mean, I got emails and DMs from people that were saying they were hurting, and that it really spoke to where they were. And especially some of the topics I talk about, like, you know, just healing from past hurts, from bullying as a childhood. Because please understand that even though that may have happened, the bullying situation may have happened when you were 10, it can still show up in how you relate to other women when you're 30 and in your 40s, right? Mm-hmm. And so after that, I just asked God one thing. I said, if you just allow me to make even half of what I was making at my last employer,
not half,
I'll be happy. Can I tell you, today I'm making the salary that I was making last year, and it's only been a year that I've released the book.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
And so why do you find that it's so important for people, but just for women in particular, to heal?
Because I feel like the focus has always been on men, and especially when we talk about the Black community, right? And we talk about the transatlantic slave trade. We always talk about the impacts that it had on men. But what's left out of those discussions is the impact it had on women, and how we're still showing up today. You know, as women, we're still carrying all of the burdens. We are still taking care of everybody, and we don't prioritize taking care of ourselves. And a part of healing our wounds is really taking care of ourselves, whether that's mentally, emotionally, and also, like our sister Brialle before us just said, thinking about the foods that you eat. She said some things that really, you know, I'm like, okay, let me think about this plant.
Those are those aha, right? Those aha moments,
exactly. Right? And so, and I believe another thing I saw was we talk about, for women, breaking down the glass ceilings, right? But part of us being able to do that is really forming a sisterhood with each other. And we can't do that if we're thinking that our sister is our competition. You know, we need to not look at each other as competition. And that's come from toxic learned behavior that we were taught, you know, early on. Some of us were taught you can't trust many women. Women will always talk about you. And that shows up. That's how we are showing up today. You know, let me keep this sister here, you know, instead of embracing each other, you know. And one of the things I witnessed during this previous election period is I was on a page, a Facebook group for Kamala Harris. And these people did not know, it was thousands of women. They did not know Kamala, like, you know, personally, but they were praying for her and supporting her and sending her positive words and just really in support of her. And look at what happened. So imagine if we all did that for each other, right? Imagine if we created that sisterhood for each other, where we see each other not as competition, but as I'm here for you, sister. Someone just dropped in the chat. I'm your keeper. I'm here to pull you up. I'm not going to be jealous of you. I'm not going to be envious of you, because I know if I'm in your circle, we're all going to do well. There's more than enough for everybody.
Yeah, and I think that, honestly, let's just be real. I know myself that I have struggled with my relationships with other females, whether it's jealousy, envy, just like so many different things. And that was one of the reasons why I actually kind of formed this conference as well, is just to get some new groups of female friends, right? Different people that I could talk to, that I can help refer, different people to, just because I don't think that it's hard to support, but sometimes it can be hard to support other women, right? Because, oh, she got this kind of attitude, or she's this kind of way, she's sometimey, or sis did this to me, right? And so sometimes it's so much tension and so much animosity when you're trying to support other women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you feel are some of the biggest things that prevent us from actually supporting each other?
I think everything that you just said, I think it's our own unhealed wounds. I think it's our lack of contentment in our own areas of our lives. I think we have to be content with where we are, because if I'm content with where I am, I'm not going to look at you and be mad at you because you're on this platform. You know what I mean? I'm going to support you, like, yes, sis, what can I do to help? And so we really have to learn to be content and know that your shine doesn't take anything away from me. In this moment, if you need me to help, I will help you. I don't mind being in the back while you take the front stage, right? We don't always have to be in the front, y'all. We can support each other. We can love each other. And one thing that I tell, other women is that, especially as we're going into friendship mode, I'm never here. My intentions to you are never to hurt you. Okay. I am here to love on you, sis. I'm not that girl that's here to stab you in the back. If I got a problem with you, I'm adult enough that I can come to you one-on-one and share that with you. And my heart is just, I hope that you're open enough to receive that. And we can conflict resolute together, right? And that's one of the things we weren't taught in our families, is how to do healthy conflict resolution. I know in my family, when someone offends somebody, we go talk about it to everybody in the family except for that person. And you hear about it through not the person, but somebody else.
Right.
To this day, my family does that. And I'm like, that's why there's so much tension built up, is because we don't know how to resolve conflict.
Right. And it's like, he said, she said, she
Yes.
thought that you said this, you felt some kind of way about this. I wasn't trying to meet it like that. I was just tired. I was half sleeping when you was asking me stuff, right? And so it's like, sometimes you have to put yourself in like other people's shoes, mm-hmm. right? Because you don't know what they have going on in their lives. Like, you have no idea what they could be thinking, what type of day they had, maybe even the tone in which you said it, right? Mm-hmm. And so sometimes it's just really hard to sit and to really think about, like, am I in the best mindset mm-hmm. to be that friend, to be that support, because oftentimes we're not honest with each other because we're not honest with ourselves.
That's it.
Of what we have that's going on, and mm-hmm. everything that we're going through. And sometimes, I found that people want to come to us and ask questions, but we might not even be in the right headspace, in mm-hmm. the right mind. We have so much going on, but sometimes it's just about being open and being honest and asking people how they want your support, especially if people are doing things like, how do you want me to show up for you? Because it might not be that I need you to come into, be in the back end, doing stuff with me. Maybe it's just sharing my flyer, mm-hmm. It's some support that's free, inviting 3 people, just, its support looks like different things in different ways to different people, but we really just have to really learn to also ask people, how we want to be supported.
Absolutely, 100%. And another thing I want to throw in there is we have to be vulnerable with each other. And especially, you know, in the Black community, we have to present ourselves as tough, right? Well, that didn't hurt my feelings and da-da-da-da. And honestly, it's okay to say, sis, what you said hurt my
Was jacked
feelings.
up, right?
Yeah, right. What you said hurt my feelings. Where were you going with that, sis? You know,
Yep.
it's okay to say that. Like, I wanted to go with you and I was hurt that you didn't take me or you didn't
Yeah.
invite me to the conference. Why
Yeah.
didn't? It's okay to say those things. And
Yes.
it's hard for somebody to come back at you nasty when you kind of humble yourself and you're really sharing your heart. That's
Yeah.
one of the things we really have to do is learn to be vulnerable with each other.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'm that friend that everybody, first of all, I don't have a whole lot of friends. So if you were like in my inner circle, you know, it's just like, it's always a tight-knit group of people. But I'm that friend that when people come to me, they always know that they're going to get the blood raw truth, right? But sometimes also being that strong friend that everybody comes to, sometimes people forget to really sit and to ask what that person needs to show support to those people as well, because you're used to always giving and not always receiving. And so, you know, what do you feel are like some of some emotions that really hold us back from like truly living our purpose?
I think shame is a huge emotion because many times our parents, our families use shame to discipline us, you know, and so maybe something happened in the past that we're shameful of. And see, the thing about shame is that shame makes you, it brings you, it makes you feel so small, right? Because you feel like you're hiding this thing, this secret, and it isolates you because you feel like, well, you know, no one's gone through what I've gone through. No one's experienced what I've experienced. You know, no one has the thing that I do. And so you're always feeling inferior. So I think that shame is something that we project onto other people because you're always worried that your secret is going to be revealed or that thing.
Oh, child, them secrets, right?
them secrets, right? And we have to realize we're all flawed individuals. We all have a thing, you know. So I think shame and then rejection. You know, a lot of us have rejection we haven't processed, whether it's daddy rejection, whether it's mommy rejection, whether
self-rejection.
Come on, sis, self-rejection, rejection in previous relationships or whatever the case is. And when you have what I call rejection syndrome, you're always on alert. You're always perceiving someone as rejecting you. Anything, in the slightest thing that happens, you're like, oh my God, this is rejection. And you're always on alert. And then sometimes when you're suffering from unhealed rejection, you tend to reject people before they're able to reject you. And I'll tell you, I suffered with rejection and I was quick to cut off a friend before they could cut me off. I would cut off a boyfriend before he could cut me off because I'd do anything not to
get hurt.
Pain of rejection, right? And looking back, I have a trail of friends that I just ghosted, you know. That's unhealthy. That's so toxic, you know. So, but you know, you have to heal those wounds so that we can be better. And I also think, you know, I have children now and they watch me, especially my daughter, right? She watches how I move in my relationships and she watches how I treat people. She watches how I treat daddy. She watches how daddy treat me. I have to set a good example for her because I want her to have loving relationships. And so it starts with me because mommy set the template. So it starts with me.
Yes. Oh, so I know that you have a free gift for the audience as well. You guys, this is an awesome opportunity. She is actually giving you free access to her online course, which is called Healing Emotional Wounds. Talk to us a little bit about what they can experience in your course that you're gifting everybody today.
Oh, this course is awesome, y'all. I must say so myself. It's not only do you get me, You get therapists and other specialists, life coaches, and so on that will be sharing with you. We're going to talk about it all. Listen, if anybody out there knows me, I am raw, real, and transparent. My mother says raw, real, and ratchet, but I'm raw, real, and transparent.
But today we're going to be ratchet and righteous.
Ratchet and righteous, right? Yes. So I talk a lot, quite heavily, about shame, about healing from rejections. We delve into those mommy issues. We delve into those daddy issues. I talk to you about your purpose, because ladies, we now is the time. Our purpose is calling us. And once we get free from those wounds, it's time to step into what God has planned for us.
Mm-hmm. Amen. And so where on social media can they find you? What are your general links?
Yes, you can find me on IG, Instagram. I'm at Nijiama Smalls and reallife.com.
In real life.
In real life, yes, it's me. You can find me on Facebook, Nijiama Smalls. I'm on Twitter, Nijiama S. I'm on, come to my website, nijiamasmalls.com, because every week I do an emotional healing for emotional healing for the week, where I talk about some powerful stuff. The day I forgave my father, the day I forgave my mom, all sorts of stuff. So just go on and check me out.
Perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have dropped the links in the chat, but like I said, everyone will be receiving an email with everyone's contact information, as well as the link to get this free course, you guys. But Ms. Smalls, thank you. It was an honor to speak with you, and I hope that she will help you all on your path to healing. Thank you.
Thank you, sis. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. How is everyone doing so far? What were some aha moments that you received on that one? Let's see, let's check in these chats. Merrick, I saw that picture. I saw that tag. Y'all start tagging me on IG. And again, you can also find me at Megan D. Aderele on IG, or at the Aditu agency. I know that there are some info that has been released in it. Let's see. So everybody said it was a great presentation, a blessing. Yes. Crystal said, as we as females definitely need to stop seeing each other as competition and build each other up. Yes. I want you guys to strengthen your crown. Let's see what else we have. And so, yes, you guys be sure, like I said, there are some links in there, but she's giving you access to her free course. And coming up next, who are we talking to next? Miss Tatum. So this next speaker, I started seeing popping up on various platforms. You know, Clubhouse is something that recently became popular. And then I saw her on a magazine cover. And, you know, as you're really looking to, you know, build out your brand, you start looking for PR opportunities. And so after seeing this queen in a few places, I was like, yep, I like her vibe. Let me get her on the phone. And so we talked about when we succeed in business, when we're aligned, and how we have to heal from all of the things that have kept us down, even those things such as ancestral and DNA trauma. So today I want to introduce you to Aishah. Aishah has helped over 100 women heal on their journey towards spiritual liberation, living their dream and releasing past emotional wounds. She teaches a 7-step process of holistic detoxification to help women realign with their power, peace, and purpose, so that they can tap into the fullness of who they are and share their gifts to the world. What's up, boo?
Hey, beautiful. How
How are you
doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
How's everybody doing out there? I wish I could hear you guys too, but I hope you guys are fantastic.
We're gonna let them come in towards the end. We're gonna let anybody who wants to say something.
Well, you look amazing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I had to get the face beat down for y'all today.
Look, you look amazing.
Thank you, thank you. So what's going on with you today, ma'am?
You know what? I'm just.
Oh wait, you had a birthday recently, right?
Yes, it was Friday. It was amazing. It was amazing. My fiance surprised me at Chateau Elan.
Okay.
He loves to surprise me. So we had a really good time. So this weekend has been phenomenal. And I'm happy to be here with you guys today.
Perfect. Well, happy Earth Day to you. Your
Thank
solar
you,
return. And so healing. I remember we talked about so much stuff.
Yes. Yes.
So much stuff. So I guess my first question to you would be like, how did you get started on your healing journey?
I think that that's a great question. And so my healing journey started in 2015. So I lost my mom to a very rare form of cancer in 2014. And so I spent a year like super angry at God, angry at life, angry at the world, angry at myself. And I really went through a severe depression. And throughout that time, I just, I threw myself into work. I was working in IT. So I was working probably 84 hours a week, like just trying to block it out. You know, when you're dealing with emotional pain, you try to cope, you try to numb yourself, you try to do anything you can to push it out of your mind. And then one day I saw an old message from my mother in a cell phone, and she was like, Aishah, I love you so much. I can't wait to see you speak all over the world. And I had a breakdown in that moment. I said, oh my God, my mom poured so much into me. I really got to get back into my purpose. And so I found a program in Atlanta, and it was called the Living Foods Institute. And it was founded by a woman named Brenda Cobb. And the reason I was so intrigued by this was because she had been diagnosed with breast cancer and ovarian cancer at the same time. Now, get this, she was able to reverse both of them within 6 months without chemotherapy, without surgery, and without radiation. She did all holistic healing. So I was like, who is this lady? I need to go find out who this lady is.
Right.
And ended up having a conversation. I enrolled to do my own detox program. And then I fell in love with the protocol so much that I invested and began teaching her protocol to people all over the world. They would come to learn how to heal holistically. And so that's really where my journey of me stepping fully into my purpose started. And sometimes I like to say that it's really the things that cause us pain that push us. If we allow them to, they'll push us into our purpose. So oftentimes we experience traumatic events, and sometimes we'll go run and hide, or we'll try to, close our mind off to it. But God is saying, hey, no, this right here was supposed to happen to help you propel forward into the life that I have for you, into what it is that I want you to do, how I want to use you. And so that's really where my journey, where I really embraced my journey, shall I say. Yeah, that's when
embrace your journey.
Yeah, that's when I began to embrace it. Yeah.
Wow. And why, in your experience, why do you feel that it's so hard for so many people to really embrace their journey?
Well, I think a lot of times it's that we don't know who we are. We don't know who we are in a lot of different ways. We don't know, the full potential we have. We don't know the calling God has on our life. We don't know the gifts and talents that are hidden within us. So oftentimes I feel like we struggle with imposter syndrome, not the imposter syndrome that people say now, where you don't think you're qualified, you don't think you're good enough. I think it's the imposter syndrome where we've experienced so much hurt, so much pain, so much disappointment throughout our life that all of that trauma and all of those things that we experienced literally took us out of alignment with our natural state of being, took us out of alignment with our purpose, with our power, with the true essence of who we really are. And so there's so many people that are walking around as imposters because they're carrying so much weight that they're not in alignment with who their true identity as a spiritual being. And so I think that that's a lot of times what holds us back, is that baggage that we carry. And a lot of times that baggage, and I tell people this all the time when I do my classes, we don't understand that our thinking and our feeling, every time we have a thought, every time we feel something, it is encoded into our DNA. So we're constantly programming ourselves at the cellular level to continue to operate in a frequency that's out of alignment with God. So they're like, Nijiama says, I hope I'm pronouncing her name is beautiful. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. You're amazing, by the way. And I have your book, ma'am.
Look at that.
But as she was saying, you know, we have to get rid of a lot of that stuff, because until we do, we will continue to show up as imposters.
Right.
And we're not about that light, ladies. Okay?
No,
we're not about
that. we trying to get you cleared up, right?
Yes.
And so, you know, a lot of times, and that's why, you know, they say that thoughts become things, and how we really have to move past, you know, our thoughts and our thinking and that mindset, because the more that we think things on a subconscious level, they really begin to manifest in our lives. And so, you know, some of the things that you said were just like so spot on. And when you really think about forgiveness and like healing, sometimes it moves past just ourselves. I remember reading something somewhere, and they were saying that, you know, how amazing a woman's body is. And that like we were with our grandmother, like almost in essence, like our grandmother carried us, because as she was pregnant, whatever eggs that she has, and our mom, and then it's all, you know, it's just inside of her. And our mom was carrying those eggs, and so on and so forth. So talk to us about, you know, this whole ancestral, you know, DNA and trauma, and maybe healing from things that we don't even know that we need healing from.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to touch on that. So the first way I want to kind of talk about this is to kind of give some context. So as a child, I struggled heavily with what Nijiama talked about, rejection. I felt so rejected by my father, right? And because I felt rejected by my father, I internalized the feelings and the beliefs that I was unworthy, I was undeserving, something was wrong with me, I'm not good enough, right? And so I internalized that, and I carried that well into my 20s and even into my early 30s. And so I constantly attracted experiences, men, relationships that reflected that belief back to me. But let's go back. My father wasn't someone that received love as a child, right? My grandmother was a heroin addict. He would be on the school bus and he would see her shooting up heroin in the alleyway. Whoa. She never once said she loved him. She didn't reach for him to hug him. She wasn't even at home half the time. He didn't even really know who his father was. And so he grew up in a tumultuous environment where he didn't receive that. Right. And so prior to that, though, I had no idea about my father's upbringing until years later. So I had a lot of anger towards my father. And it really wasn't until I learned how to forgive him that things in my life started showing up. But let's go back a stage further. My grandmother, my father's mom, was molested by her own father. She was a teenage mom. So all of these things that were happening transmitted down to my father, then down to me, right? And so sometimes we're carrying anger, rage, resentment, unforgiveness, guilt, all types of bitterness in ourselves because of the chemicals that were released by our grandmother, our great-grandmother, our great-grandfather. You know, when you go all the way back throughout our ancestry. So there's issues that we carry, there's baggage that we carry, there's issues that we carry, and we don't even know.
They're not even yours. Sis.
And they're not even yours. They're not even yours. And so sometimes you may have a struggle with anger or procrastination or guilt, or you have something about you, right? Because we all have healing work to do, but it may not even be something that you developed. It was something that was passed down to you. And so that's why they talk about breaking generational curses. And that's why, like what you tapped on when you talked about unforgiveness, it's so important to forgive. You really have to really think about what forgiveness really is. And it's really releasing you, all your ancestors and the future generations from all of the baggage held emotionally within the heart space, right? Because when you think about scripture, they say in the scripture, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, right? But then it also says, out of the heart flow all issues of life, right? So that means any issue that you have is dealing with the heart space, is dealing with unforgiveness, is dealing with somewhere where love was withheld. And so what we have to do as women is we have to learn how to forgive. We have to learn how to forgive our mothers, our fathers, our great grandparents, especially ourselves, because I think a lot of times it's hard for us to forgive ourselves for the mistakes that we've made, the choices that we've made. And so when we talk about healing that DNA trauma, what we're really wanting to get down to is the cells, right? We want to get down into a lot of the feelings and thoughts and the energy that has been transmitted through our line of ancestry. And there are certain processes and ways that you can do this. But one of the ways, and we can get into this when you're ready, but one of the best ways to do that.
It's on you. Look, listen.
One of the best ways to do that is, let's say, for example, you want to think about the earliest memory that you felt rejected. So for me, my father, once my parents got divorced when I was 4, my dad would come over to the house and I would be so happy to see my dad, right? He'd knock on the door and I'd be like, Daddy, yeah, run up to my dad, give him a hug. And he'd be like, hey, honey, Iman, go get your stuff. Let's go. So it wouldn't really be any interaction. I would beg my dad, take me. I want to go. Listen, they would be going to the carnival. They would be going to ride go-karts. They would be going all kind of places. So that was the earliest memory that I had of being rejected, right? And so when I began to do this work, I found that earlier memory. You have to do this for all the memories, right? And there's so many of them. So when we talk about peeling back the layers, it really is peeling back the layers from an emotional standpoint, from a cellular level standpoint, from a memory standpoint. And you go on and you find that earlier memory, and then you begin to literally speak to your DNA in a certain way, in a certain frequency, in a certain tone, right? And then you begin to do breath work and some visualization work and some specific language. And then you begin to release at the level of the cells. So it's a very powerful process. I utilize a lot of energy work when I'm working with clients and on my own self. And so it's really something that I recommend everyone learn how to do. To really begin to release from an energetic standpoint.
Okay. So listen, y'all want her to walk us through some kind of brief little exercise? Like, do y'all want a little glimpse to see what it would be like to work with her? Like, let us know. Like, we need to feel y'all energy right now. Do y'all want her to walk us through a little something? I see some yeses. Yes. Yes. Please walk us through.
Yes.
So listen, okay, so look, I'm going to get off the camera right now. You have about 10 minutes to do whatever you need to do with these people, okay?
Sounds good. That sounds really good. And we'll probably do about 5 minutes, but once you put me on, we'll go on and get started. All right. So first and foremost, I want you guys to just close your eyes. Close your eyes. And if you're sitting in a chair, what I'd like for you to do is to ground your feet underneath you. As you close your eyes, I want you to take a nice, slow, deep breath in through your nose. Fill your abdomen up completely. And exhale through your mouth. I'm going to do this a few times to get really relaxed and centered. And as you inhale, your abdomen should expand. So as you inhale, your abdomen should expand. As you exhale, your abdomen should go in towards your chest. So nice deep breath in. And exhale. Nice deep breath in. And as you inhale, I want you to shrug your shoulders up. Exhale, drop them down. And do not be shy exhaling. Okay, nice deep breath in. And exhale. One more nice, deep, slow breath in. And exhale. I want you to scan your body. Notice if you feel any tension. Oftentimes we'll hold a lot of stress in our back and our shoulders. So as you breathe in, just begin to rotate your shoulders backwards. Exhale. And let's switch gears and inhale, rotate your shoulders forward. And exhale. Now I'm going to invite you to begin to rotate your head clockwise as you inhale. And exhale. Now we'll go in the opposite direction. Take a nice deep breath in. And exhale. Now what I'd like for you to do is you should be now really relaxed. Just continue to breathe. Nice deep breath in and exhale. I want you to imagine yourself walking down the street. As you walk down the street, I want you to take a look at your shoes. You should see whatever shoes you're wearing. Notice the color. Notice the detail. Listen to your shoes hit the concrete walkway. Feel your feet moving. You hear the sounds of cars, maybe honking. You look on the street, you see people getting into Ubers and taxis. Just continue to walk. And as you continue to walk, I want you to imagine yourself coming to a theater. It's on the right-hand side. And as you look over to the right-hand side, you notice gold doorknobs. These are beautiful gold doorknobs, unlike anything you've ever seen. And you're immediately drawn into this room, into this space. And I want you to imagine taking your right hand and reaching out and touching that doorknob. And I want you to feel how that doorknob feels. It may feel a little cold, but it's nice and soft. I want you to turn that knob to the right and begin to slowly open that door. And as you open that door, you begin to walk in, both feet look down. You notice red carpet, nice and plush red carpet. It's soft, your shoes sink into this carpet. Now, as you look around, you're in a theater. And in this theater, you notice beautiful chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. And it feels nice and cozy on the inside. You don't see anyone in the theater, but you begin to walk as your heart is pulling you to a specific direction. You begin to walk. And as you walk, you come to some stairs. And on these stairs, you begin to place one foot in front of the other as you climb up the stairs slowly. Your feet sink into the carpet. Nice red plush carpet. And you come to two doors. And these two doors that you come to, I want you to reach out, place your hand on the doorknob, nice gold doorknobs. You open that doorway up. And as you walk in, you're now in a theater. It looks very similar to a theater where they would have stage plays. So as you walk down, you'll see chairs on the right, chairs on the left. The theater is completely empty. And as you walk, I want you to imagine taking your hand and brushing your hand across the top of the chairs. And as you brush your hand across the top of the chairs, you decide to take a seat. And as you sit down, you get really comfortable, feet flat on the floor. You sit down and you look up on the stage. And as you continue to breathe in and exhale, on that stage, you notice a light that's shining, spotlight. And behind that spotlight, you see a silhouette of someone. Looks like a human being standing there. You see a silhouette. And so you stand up out of your chair and you begin to make your way slowly towards the stage. And as you go to the stage, you walk up those stairs. You walk up to that light and you see a silhouette of your father. Your father is standing there, and at his age that he is now, older, distinguished. I want you to gently pull him into the light. And as you pull him into the light, take a look at him. Notice what he's wearing, a suit, tie, maybe some jeans. Look at his shoes. But he's standing there not happy. He's standing there just with a straight face. And as he stands there, you begin to notice some of the pain in his eyes. You begin to see tears well up in his eyes. You see the wrinkle on his face. His hair is gray. And as you see him, you reach for his hand and you gently rub him. And all of a sudden, you begin to notice that as you rub his hand, the light now embodies him, and he begins to shrink down all the way until about the age of 5 or 6 years old. And now he's just a young boy. And as you see him there, you kneel down, you're holding his hand, and you notice that he's afraid, that he's scared, that he's wounded, that he experienced a lot of rejection. He may not have received the love that he needed or wanted. He may not have had a stable environment. You notice that he's a little frightened. And you realize that he's experienced a lot of pain, a lot of trauma, a lot of wounds, a lot of things that you never knew about, that he never revealed to you, but they really impacted him in so many ways. And you begin to reach for him and tell him that it's okay, that I love you, that it's not your fault, that what you experienced wasn't your fault, and that it's okay to let go. It's okay to let it go. And you begin to squeeze him and hold him, and you whisper in his ear that you love him and that you forgive him for everything that he did and that he didn't do. Take a moment to embrace him and feel the warmth of his body as a child up against your heart space. Hold him tightly, wipe the tears from his face, and take a nice, slow, deep breath in and exhale. Now, as you exhale, I want you to imagine yourself standing to your feet, seeing that light surround him. He now begins to become a full man again. I want you to give him one last big hug. Tell him that you love him and that you forgive him. And as you step out of light, I want you to imagine that light surrounding him, and that light immediately enfolds him, and he now is whisked away into the light. You take a nice, slow, deep breath in, and you exhale. I want you to give yourself a big hug. All right, I hope that that was beneficial for you guys. That's a really good meditation to do when you want to work on helping yourself to forgive your parents for a lot of the things that they did or didn't do, and knowing that your parents did the best that they could with what they had. We don't know the struggles, we don't know the pain, we don't know the journey that brought them to who they are. And a lot of times we all have unhealed wounds. Even in our old age, we may not have learned how to release them.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's so important to extend compassion. And one of the best things that you can do when you want to forgive your mother, your father, or anyone, just see them as a child. See them as that 5, 6, 7-year-old that was afraid, that was scared, that may have been dealing with molestation, or been dealing with abuse, or been dealing with rejection. They never learned how to heal from that. They never learned that someone else's treatment of them didn't indicate their true worth and their true value. They may have never learned that. So that's just a powerful process. I hope that was beneficial for you guys.
Baby, how many of y'all in tears right now? Be honest with us, because I know some of y'all over there bawling.
Oh, I'm so happy. Listen, those tears are tears of freedom. I'm telling you, when you begin to release that, and you can see your parents and anyone else in that young age, you will have so much more compassion for people. You really, and even for yourself. I want you to even do this with yourself.
Oh,
because a lot of us have that inner child that still has those wounds. So when you practice this meditation, see yourself as that young girl. See, and you know your story. As you kneel down to talk to her about how she was afraid and how she was scared, and how it's okay, that it's not your fault, that I love you, and embrace her and put her right back into your heart space.
When I tell you I have goosebumps, like I was over here, had to get off camera because like I was about to like have to just be like, you know what, we just gonna be done for today. Just come back next Sunday for the rest of this, because you could ask them. I had to get off camera. Listen, I started moving around. I was like, no, I can't go here right now because I would not be coming back, right? And so I just want to thank you. I will be watching that on the replay. Like I said, I couldn't do that right now. because I felt everybody's tears. I know it was some people over there that they over there bawling right now, right? And I felt that, and I'm like, oh Lord, like,
You're so
but
welcome.
that was, when I say amazing, you guys, my heart goes out. I was saying, we didn't mess up her mascara. Listen, that was very, very powerful. You know, that is just one of the things that you can do just to help aid you on your journey. And I know that you also have some free gifts for the participants today. Can you just describe to us a little bit about some of the things that they will be receiving and that they can receive as an additional way to work with you?
Yes. Well, first, I want to thank God for this opportunity. And I want to thank you, Megan, you and your team for even extending this invitation for me to be. This is truly an honor. And I feel so blessed to be here. So thank you. And thank you to all the other amazing speakers. So I have a guided meditation that is all about healing heart, healing heartache, healing unforgiveness. It's about 25 minutes, I think, 20 to 25 minutes. So it's going to be something very similar to what we did, but it's something that I would like to gift you guys for you to begin to practice on your self-healing journey in the mornings. Take time to go through the meditation and release more of the heartache and the pain and the unforgiveness, so you can begin to open up your heart space to more love and abundance and really get in alignment with the purpose God has for you.
Amazing. And where can we find you on social media? I know you be hitting up the clubhouse and whatever else.
Man, you're so funny. So you guys can follow me at Aishah Tatum on Instagram, on Clubhouse, and on Facebook. And I'd love to connect with you guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to send me a DM. I'm, more than happy to answer questions you may have. And I look forward to hearing and learning more about everyone here as well that's a guest. So thank you so much.
Thank you again. Blessings to you. It was amazing.
Much love to you, sis. And I'll be in touch with you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And so, like I said, just remember, everybody that has registered, we have been dropping the links in the chat. However, we still will be providing you with all of the speakers' social media platforms, as well as the links to the freebies. And so next, we have a speaker. And for those of you all that are not connected with me on LinkedIn, please connect with me on LinkedIn. You can find me as Megan Aderele. I didn't put it in the chat, but it's like linkedin.com/MS Davis MBA, right? And so just connect with me on LinkedIn. And I have been on this platform probably at least for like about 13 plus years. And I reached out to this next speaker because she has a very similar professional background as I do. And with this speaker, we both graduated from the Florida State University, right? And we have held previous roles in higher education as a director of career services. And so you guys remember I was talking about my layoffs. Well, two of the positions that I was laid off from was as a director of career services. And a lot of people don't realize that if they've gone and graduated to a university, that typically the Career Development Center is a place where you can always go back free of charge to get them to look at your resumes, to help with mock interviews, for leads for work. And so when I was thinking about some of the speakers who I wanted to talk to, I was like, I want to interview with someone that has a very, very similar background as me. And the interesting thing is that what most people don't realize is how I really got started with my business was because a lot of people really started noticing what I was doing with my students to really help them to build up their own personal brands, to help them become professionals, to help them to package their expertise so that they can be marketable in this job force, right? In the workforce. And so I wanted to just come on and talk to Dr. Dumont Owen, who helps people build their personal brands, powerful personal brands, and help them support purpose-driven coaches and consultants and attract clients and opportunities that are 100% fit for them. Dr. Owen is a certified master personal brand strategist as well as a LinkedIn trainer. She helps her clients to express exactly who it is that they are, what they do, and how they do it better than their competitors. Now, welcome, Dr. Owen.
Let's see. Are we okay? Yeah, we are okay here. Hi, Megan. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome.
I wanted to tell you that I related to so much of what Aishah was saying. Did I pronounce her name right?
Yes,
I missed the very beginning from a cross-generational, families repeat the same patterns through generations, through experiencing trauma at a young age and having to learn how to deal with that. All of what she was talking about made a lot of sense to me. And the energy work, I work a lot with crystals. They just help me meditate and pray.
Yes.
So anyway, I'm just very happy to be here.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Dumont, a lot of times people, we get on a journey and we are looking to transition in our careers, and we want to do something new. And of course, there's always transferable skills. There's always the things that maybe don't always transfer over, but we can kind of make it work. And so for people that maybe are currently working in a 9-to-5 right now, or maybe they've had something in their hearts that they've been praying on, a move that they've been trying to make, and I know a lot of my people, they've always heard me talk about, build your brand, because your brand is going to follow you. If you're selling water today and I don't know, coffee tomorrow, whatever it is, your brand is going to follow you, right? And so what would you say are some of those things that really, really make up a powerful brand?
Well, your brand is, first of all, you already have one, whether you know it or not, you absolutely have a brand. And our brands are often carried in the hearts of others and the souls of others, So in order to see ourselves and what is so amazing about ourselves and be in alignment, is who we are authentically. And so your brand consists of things like your values, your passions, your purpose, your vision, your quirks. We all have quirks, and we can learn to, I tell my clients to flaunt their quirks. I mean, that's part of accepting who we are. And the important thing about personal branding is to align ourselves, so that if we're walking out into the world, if we're walking into a new job, if we're moving towards something, we understand who we are authentically. And we understand, and by understanding who we are and getting comfortable with that and learning to use that and work with that, we can realize so much more than we thought we could. It will take us so much further. And, you and I both come out of that career development background. And so how we always worked with students, giving them assessments and helping them, where do your interests lie? Where do your strengths lie? All of these things. But what we never had the ability to do was get the feedback from others. Build in that feedback loop, which is so important. And that's why it's so important to stay connected with others, to get that honest feedback as to who we are. Because, we do so often experience that imposter syndrome. That Aishah was talking about. I mean, I've certainly, and given a certain day, I can go right back there. It's always there. So by understanding your brand and getting that feedback from others, you really come to believe that you can do the next thing, that you can take that next leap. that you can do whatever it is authentically. And from helping students through that interview process,
Ooh.
if they can speak from their truth,
Right.
if they can go in there and connect, then they're going to make a much better impression than if they memorized answers to the top 10 most popular questions, because they're going to hit a recruiter who's not going to ask any of those questions.
Right.
There's no way to really fake who we are. We try. I mean, my gosh, how many times in my youth did I try to try on different faces, to try and find something that worked. And I experienced childhood trauma because I was hospitalized at the age of 7.
Wow.
And because it was with kidney problems, and because in those days, they didn't know not to catheterize you every day. They were constantly doing this to me every single day. And they eventually had to have orderlies hold me down because I was fighting them so hard. So it was very much like being gang raped as a child, and my parents were furious at me because I was acting out. So I carried a lot of that, it's a lot of those scars. But by aligning myself, because when you're talking about brand, you're talking about body, mind, and spirit. You really are. And by being aligned through all of those areas, we just function so much better. We're so, when you go to church, you're going to be the same person who shows up at work. When you're with your kids, you're going to be the same person you are when you're with your husband. There's not going to be this disconnect. You really get comfortable with who you are. Does that mean you're never going to have those issues? No, it seems like in life we kind of, it's like we start off reckoning with issues on the low dive or on the side of the pool. And then a little bit later, we deal with the same issues, but they're like on the diving board. And then they're on the high dive. And then they're diving off a cliff, and but we learn as we go through these crises.
Right.
To develop that strength.
And so
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, you did. And one of the things that you said that really stood out to me was you said that your brand is in the hearts of others. I know that I've always heard that, basically your brand is not what you think it is. It's not your logo. It's not your fonts. It's basically how people perceive you once you enter into the room, because your brand actually precedes you. Absolutely. And so, in a lot of our career fields, it's been really helping people to develop, their own personal brands as they are looking to, embark in this new career. And so one of the other things that you talked about was just really being in alignment. And so how would you feel, or what kind of advice would you give to people that are maybe like struggling to identify exactly who it is that they are? They're unsure what they bring to the table. What is some advice that you could give someone with that?
Well, there are various ways to kind of get feedback. And, there are assessment instruments. I use a survey that clients can send out. And when we send out this survey, we don't just send it to their clients or to their customers. We send it to their family. We send it to our friends. We send it to our brothers and sisters. We send it to all those people who know us well enough to be able to give us honest feedback. And the instrument that I use collects it autonomously. So you can't, you're not going to know who exactly said it, which is sometimes better. There's nothing negative about it in it. There's just, positive things, but sometimes people are hesitant
Right.
You know, to do things like, when kids would go ask a faculty member for a letter of reference.
Right. And they never went to class.
yeah, exactly. So, you know, there's nothing negative in this. And the only way you'll know, you know, who it was is if, you know, if there's a question about, you know, if so-and-so were a dog, what kind of dog would she be? You know, my brother said dachshund because we always had dachshunds.
Right.
I knew exactly who that was.
Right.
But otherwise, no, you don't know. But the other way is, you know, a lot of people don't like to do it that way. They would rather, you know, just sit down and, you know, draw some columns on a piece of paper and, you know, label one for values. You know, label one for passions, label one for vision, you know, another one for purpose. And there's a difference between vision and purpose. I sometimes use the example of Martin Luther King because his vision was equality for all, but his purpose, the way he did it, was through nonviolent demonstration. So there's a difference. Vision is what you want to see achieved overall. Purpose is what you are personally going to do to see that vision come true. So there's a big difference.
That's good.
There's a big difference there. And then, you know, you're going to have, like I said, your quirks. You're going to have your strengths. You know, and I'm not going to tell you to put your weaknesses down because your brand isn't about your weaknesses.
Nope.
Your brand is about what is beautiful about you. What is unique about you? We say your brand is your unique promise of value. It's unique because you are the only person in the world.
It's that secret sauce.
That's absolutely right. You know, there is no one. So, you know, when we say you're unique, no matter what business you're in, no matter what your business is, you are the only one who delivers what you do in your way. Maybe you have a dry sense of humor. Right. You know, maybe people just can really open up to you. You know, whatever it is that makes you unique, it's a promise because it is absolutely authentic. You know, your promise is that you will do whatever you say you will do. You will deliver, you know, you will do whatever that promise is. And part of that promise, I think, is absolutely to be authentic. And then the last part of it is value. And value means that because value is seen in the eyes of the people that we're trying to help. And so value is when it's relevant to who they really are. So if we're not connecting, if we're offering value, but we're offering it in the wrong ways to the wrong people, then our message isn't going to get heard.
Right.
So, you know, that's very much a big part of it. So I'm trying to think if I missed anything in those columns. You know, I love the quirks column, because our quirks are part of what make us, you know, and we all have foibles. You know, there's a woman on LinkedIn who calls herself the mean HR lady. And she's an ex-HR woman who's a career coach. You know, I mean, it's a perfect brand because that really is who she is.
Right.
You know, so it's, you know, it's so important. And to be able to sit down, and you can do a lot of different versions of that. And if anybody wants to hook up with me on link, I'll tell you how to find both a Facebook group that I have and the other. But oh shit, I just forgot what I was going to say. I was talking about your quirks. Let's see. Oh,
and so we had values, passion, vision, purpose, strengths, promise, and quirks.
And you know, I just always get caught on those quirks because I love them so much. Because we all have our foibles. You know, we can all be capable of hurting someone, you know, by doing the wrong thing. We all have our weak sides, but that's not what our brand is about. But our brand is understanding that, you know, we have these these little things. I happen to have some people say I have a very weird sense of humor. Other people say I have a highly evolved sense of humor. It's all in the eyes of the beholder. But I know that about me.
Right.
And so it's okay. And your family your family and friends know you differently than your clients do.
Right. And so, I really built my platform on LinkedIn with a lot of my clients over the years, with really just trying to help people to, especially like working career professionals who are looking to transition, to really start to grow, to build, a business, as the expert, but outside of their 9 to 5. And so, with your experience, how do you feel that a person's core values and their strengths and their duties that they do on a day-to-day, how can that help to build them into that next level of really being truly aligned to what it is that they're called to do?
Okay. That's a very, very good question. And I'm going to answer it from the perspective of LinkedIn, and how that works. There are a couple of approaches to LinkedIn that if you truly believe in them, really work. I'm a big fan of a guy named Alan Houlihan. Adam Houlihan, he's out of Australia. And he talks about, instead of social selling, he talks about servant selling.
Being a servant.
And for me, I think probably the best strategies on LinkedIn are generosity and gratitude. If you reach for your strength and you try first to help others, and to help them achieve whatever it is that they're trying to do, you find that coming back to you. You really find that coming back to you. It's an amazing process. And yes, you have to be pointed. And yes, there are all kinds of tricks to LinkedIn, and you need to understand those. Those are all the mechanics. I would urge people to really look at that from starting out with when you're first connecting with people. Well, Megan, on LinkedIn, somebody invites you to connect, and the next thing you say yes, and you write them this nice, warm welcome, message, and then they slam you with this sales pitch.
Right away. No, we don't want to do that.
And you feel like, gotcha.
Right.
I mean, really, it's just, it just destroys credibility.
Yes.
It really does. Personal outreach, helping others, expressing generosity,
Yes.
one of the, people on social media, and I know you're aware of this, it's all about engagement.
Right.
It's all about building relationships. And you're going to build relationships a lot faster if you are generous.
And I know that you have a Facebook group. Can you tell everyone the name of the Facebook group?
It's a pretty tacky name, actually. The Lucrative LinkedIn Lead Generator Facebook group. And we work primarily with coaches, consultants, and any kind of professional service providers. I mean, we have financial people, we have franchise owners. I mean, there are a lot of different kinds of people in there who work with others. And it's a private group, but people certainly are welcome in there. And I talk about branding. I talk about how to do marketing. I talk about how to, just how to build that sales funnel. Right. From the very top and bring people all the way through. Because what we really want on LinkedIn is to be able to find the clients we were meant to serve.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you. Yes. And we know that Dr. Dumont, that she has a free gift for everyone, which is the Ultimate LinkedIn Profile Guide. So we will be dropping that information in the chat. But I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Dumont, for coming on. It was a pleasure to speak with you. I just, wanted to give people the option. I know that we have a lot of people that, are in a transition phase, that they are currently working a 9 to 5 somewhere.
And I just know how much of a blessing LinkedIn has been to me, to my business. And so I just wanted to thank you, and I look forward to furthering the conversation with you at a later time.
Megan, thank you so much for having me on board. You know, from the first time we ever talked, I have just felt that there was, you know, this beautiful connection.
Yes.
And so thank you so much. It was such an honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can stick around.
I will.
Everyone is saying
Absolutely.
thank you. Excellent. They loved it. So you guys, like I said, we'll be dropping her ultimate LinkedIn profile guide so that you can get your LinkedIn profiles in order so that we can really strengthen your crown so that we can see you to your next level. Again, Dr. Owen, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How is everybody feeling? Oh, today, how is everybody feeling? Are you all enjoying the conversations that we're having? I see some things in the chat, high vibrations. Yes, yes, great. You are welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, there has been some great exchanges. So what has been some of the biggest like aha moments that you all have had from these past two presenters that we've had? What have been some of your past, your biggest aha moments? I know with Aishah, that was kind of deep. I'm still over here sweating with her. And then with Dr. Dumont, we flipped it to really just discussing us as professionals, because at the end of the day, you know, we are professionals. We have to operate in excellence, in the spirit of excellence. And, you know, one of the professional platforms that's out there, you know, aside from Facebook, aside from, you know, Clubhouse, aside from Instagram, is, you know, LinkedIn is a professional platform to really communicate. And like I said, a lot of these ladies I actually connected with on LinkedIn to ask them to, you know, participate in this series. And it was by me, like what Dr. Dumont was explaining, is I sent them a message on LinkedIn. Hey, I'm planning a conference. It's about strengthening the crown. I really want to empower, you know, other people, especially women of color, just to really figure out ways of how they can strengthen their own crown so they can embrace divinity and to, you know, really get into flow in their business. Would you mind, or would you be open to having a conversation with me? And so this was just something that I did, whether it was finding their email, sliding in their DMs, and, you know, just really asking people, okay, here's my vision. This is my mission. Can you help me accomplish this? And so, like I said, it was really about just stepping out of my comfort zone, really just thinking about who can I connect with? What are some of the messages that I would want to bring to people? And what are some of the things that have really, you know, impacted us along the way? And so this next guest that I will be speaking with, I also reached out to her on LinkedIn. And a couple of, maybe about a year and a half, 2 years ago when we first connected, she actually asked me to endorse her with some of her skills that were apparent on her profile. And she had also let me know that she had already endorsed me for things that were built on my LinkedIn profile, right? And so when I was looking for speakers, I was kind of going through, you know, my inboxes and just like looking at people who I had connected with over the years, doing various searches. And I remember I kept hearing something about an emotional intelligence. And so I was like, well, this lady, she reached out to me, endorsed me. She really didn't even know me. And then she also specializes in emotional intelligence. And so I wanted to have a conversation with her about what it really is. I know personally and professionally, like Dr. Dumont was saying, that, you know, as a career professional working in career development centers, we've oftentimes administered, you know, various type of assessments for people, personality assessments. And if you ever work with my company on a one-on-one basis, one of the biggest things that we also tend to do is we also send you an assessment, because I like to know exactly who it is that I'm working with before I begin to work with them. I need to know your style. I need to know what you value. You know, for me, it's all about your strengths, like we were saying. And so for me, like, I know various things about me. I know that I'm a manifesting generator. I know that I'm a relator. I can relate to anybody. I can make anybody feel at home. I'm a great strategist. I'm a person who is, you know, who can strategize things. They always say that I should be like a lawyer or an educator or a teacher, right? And so then the list goes on and on and on. And so for our next guest is Miss Nicole Smith. And Nicole has over 22 plus years of corporate leadership experience with degrees in psychology, criminal justice, and adult training and development. Nicole is actually a certified emotional intelligence coach and practitioner, a certified professional life coach, and a certified DISC behavioral consultant. She is the senior consultant for SDS Global, where they focus on diversity, equity, and inclusive initiatives for organizations all over the globe. Welcome, Miss Nicole. How are you today?
Hi, how are you? How is everyone out there?
I think everybody is doing great because listen, we have been going through some things. They had us over here sweating and crying. I think we have had laughters. We have had all of the emotions today, right?
Yes, all the emotions. And I have to say, that's okay. It's okay to have multiple emotions flowing in and out at any time. But like I said, I just want you to feel them. Feel them. It's okay.
Yes.
So thank you.
Talk to us. What is emotional intelligence? Like, why is this important for us personally, professionally? Like, what is this and why do we need to know about it?
Oh my gosh, what is it? I have to say, my friends, IQ may get you hired, but EQ, emotional intelligence, will get you promoted. And so I need my friends to understand that emotional intelligence is not just about being emotional. It is not. Emotional intelligence is being able to be self-aware, you know, understanding the emotions that you have, but also to understanding how you express them. Okay. You have to understand that your behavior, your emotions, the way you react to them make a huge impact on other people. So as Dr. Dumont was speaking prior, was in regards to the perception, you have to understand that. So it helps you understand the perception that you have on others. Emotional intelligence helps you deal with life's challenges. You take all that emotional information that's coming to you and you sit here and you try to figure out whether, you know, are you going to let it inform you or are you going to let it control you? And so when I speak to my clients at my own firm, JMS Creative Leadership Solutions, we speak about how we want you to learn how to respond appropriately to everything that's coming to you, good and bad. Versus you reacting irrationally. But I have to say, the first emotion that you feel it in your body first before you actually register it in your brain. It's usually the right reaction. It's usually feeling the right emotion, but I need everyone to pause for a minute, feel it, and then understand what you're going to do with it. And that, Megan, is based off of being self-aware. Okay. And then once you learn that self-awareness, we then learn how to manage our behavior so we can influence others. Where we get frustrated is because we're always trying to manage other people's behavior. And I need us to stop that. I need us to shift our mindset to where it's all on us, because if our message is thoughtful and intentional, they're going to receive it well, but it's not your responsibility to make them receive it well. Okay, so that's that social awareness. You need to understand other people, having empathy, and then learning how to maneuver as such within that crowd. I always like to say emotional intelligence, self-awareness, but also to how to read the room.
How to read the room, right.
How to read the room, absolutely.
So one of the things that you said was, or what it made me think about is, you know, when you're growing up and you're having to take tests, and they always tell you to kind of go with that gut emotion. That first thought that you have is usually the right answer, right? Is whatever you felt in your gut. And so would that kind of be like an explanation of like this self-awareness, you know, in this whole emotional intelligence piece of, you know, almost like whatever that gut feeling that we have is our one true thought behind it?
It is the thought behind it, because we know that you have a thought, it creates the emotion, and then it enables the behavior. So yes, you can have that initial thought, but what I ask individuals or my clients to do is pause for a minute. The power of the pause. Just pause for a minute and let it get to that front part of your brain, which is that frontal lobe, and just rationalize for a second. Just rationalize it for a minute to say, okay, this is the proper answer. Now, when we were young, our frontal lobe wasn't developed until about age 25. So when we were young, that initial feeling was basically, hey, I've learned this. Your brain was scanning. Hey, you've learned this, and it connects to that experience where you learned it. So then you have that initial thought of, oh, okay, 2 + 2 is 4, and you go with it. As we get older, we then learn what that intuition is telling us. But as we get older, we're able to rationalize it. That is probably the main difference between adults and children, is that adults, we are hoping we're rationalizing our thoughts, emotions, and behavior. As children, they're still learning that piece, but they feel that gut as well.
So you mean to tell me I just really need to forgive myself that happened to the things that happened to me from 25 and younger, because my frontal lobe was not fully developed?
That's what we're going to give to people, is that 24 and below rather, my frontal lobe wasn't.
You guys, you know, just tell yourself, I forgive myself for everything from 24 and younger, because my frontal lobe was not fully developed. I was not in my right mind from 24.
Right? Absolutely. That frontal lobe is huge. Yes.
So listen, y'all, whatever happened, 24 and younger,
just forgive yourself. Give yourself.
You just make that automatic forgiveness.
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're gonna take from this. This was my aha, like, oh.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting though with that is, even now 25 and older, you know, Megan, there's been so much disruption that has taken place in the past 18 months or so that shows us that some individuals still need to work on, you know, rationalizing and understanding their thoughts and understanding the emotions and their behavior. And I keep emphasizing, I want you to respond appropriately. Listen, nothing's wrong with being angry, but I want you to be angry at the right thing. A lot of times we're angry at the wrong thing. Anger is basically just a coping mechanism to remove what we feel is trauma or an insult or something that's attacking us. Then we automatically turn to anger. Okay, you turn to anger, but are you angry at the right thing, at the right time, at the right intensity? Okay, that'll allow you to cool that brain down. You cool that brain down so you can say, okay, I am angry and I feel this. I understand what triggered it. But now what am I going to do about it? How am I going to move forward? And this is where we have those choices. This is where we have very important choices that we have to make in regards to those negative emotions that we do feel.
Right. And so, Nicole, how did you begin this journey on this type of work? Like, how did you get to, you know, really hearing about emotional intelligence, knowing that you wanted to, you know, embark in this journey to help other people to, you know, to really help themselves? Like, how did you get here?
Absolutely. Basically, what is it? Robin Roberts says from Good Morning America, I made my mess my message. And growing up, I grew up in a household where I had a parent that was dealing with mental health illness. And when I was growing up, it really wasn't understood what that was, you know, manic, depressive, bipolar. Nobody really understood. Well, people understood it. They just didn't understand how to treat it to where it would have a lasting positive effect when you treat it. So as I was growing up, my parents' emotion always took the forefront. So I took my emotions and I stepped back with them. Not that I wanted to be a burden, but I just understood, okay, this parent needs help first instead of dealing with me. I didn't want to make it about me. Even as a child, I learned this. So as I was going through into high school and then college, saying, hey, you know, psychology, that about, you know, diving into it more. Criminal justice degree was basically, I was going to help all the juvenile delinquents in the world. Yeah.
Okay.
So I decided to move into the corporate world where I was working in human resources, you know, just working with people. And I loved that aspect of human resources. I understood all the legalities and compliance behind HR, but working with people. And so I moved into, you know, learning and development, talent management, leadership development. And then when I hit that leadership development, emotional intelligence just attacked me. I literally started studying it about, 10, 15 years ago. And I was like, what is this? And it explained so much. And it even allowed me to take those assessments that you spoke about and understand where I was low in my emotional intelligence, because there's certain areas in emotional intelligence. My friends, it measures everything from your self-regard, at least my assessment tool does. It measures everything from self-regard to, you know, self-expression, your interpersonal relationships, flexibility, independence, your assertiveness, decision-making, problem-solving, optimism, stress tolerance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so even with all that I took, and I realized I was lower in my expression. Not that I had a problem expressing, just I held it back.
Right.
And that's where then I decided, where is this coming from? And I started looking back at my childhood. I started looking at how I had to grow up fairly quickly. I had my sister and I were growing up in this household 7 years apart. I had to help her, shelter her from what was going on in the household. So I decided to make all of that, and I made a choice in what direction I wanted to go to. I mean, come on, I've been through, and this is probably gonna shock some folks, with my parents, 8 divorces, 8 marriages.
Wow.
So you know, even that right there takes an emotional toll on you. I was that kid. I've been married 22 years. So I decided to take all that I have learned in my childhood, make it into my purpose.
Wow.
I can now help others say, hey, all this emotion, all that was coming toward you, as I said, remember all that emotional information, what to do with it, inform or control you. And I'd be darned if I was going to let it control me. And so now I've moved it into, this is my career. I run my own business. I have clients that I coach, even on an organizational level, to say, hey, I need people to understand that emotional intelligence is literally one of the #1 leadership competencies we need to have in the workplace. As y'all spoke about last segment, to level up. How can we level up professionally and personally to be that best version of yourself? So at the end that I did good.
Yes, yes. And it's so amazing because I know, like, my undergrad degree was actually in rehabilitation counseling. And so with a lot of times people, they automatically think about, when they think about rehab, they automatically think about drugs and alcohol, but not actually the whole, you know, transitioning services of going from one phase of life to the other. And so that was just amazing. And I just really thought when you were speaking, you know, of just the whole thing of, like, sometimes when we start embarking on things, we are our first students, right? Because you have to learn how to really and truly, you know, heal yourself first, to utilize the tools, the tricks, the resources that you have to, you know, do them on yourself first before you can actually start going off and, like, helping other people.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, this is where I've seen some messages on social media about how in order to help others, you got to make sure that yourself is healed.
Yes.
I have a wonderful relationship with my parents. You know, and we've talked. They know that I was that child in the corner. I saw everything, and I was that child in the corner. And now, you know, we're fine. We talked it through, but I let them know that I was going to take my story that is so worth loving. Others know you can take all that mess in your childhood, if you want to define it as trauma or however you want to define it. That's fine. But now how are you going to use it in your purpose? How are you going to feel your passions, like speaking and writing and facilitating, and now fuel it into my purpose to help people be their best self. And I, my clients, you can have gone through what you've gone through in your childhood, but how do you want to show up today? How do you want to show up? As I say, show up and show off. Unity today. Who are you? You're not that 13-year-old or that 6th grader back from your childhood.
Right.
Now, and fill in the blank. And once that psychological key element that we are in control of that we can make those choices to level up, that will make a drastic shift. And you'll start seeing all just everything that was meant for you, all the blessings, all the goodness that was meant for you. But Megan, I have to say, I'm not a positive Patty, okay? Because I'm a scale of emotions. I'm not skipping through the daisies. I don't ever promote. I don't promote that. I don't promote that positive.
Were you going and blowing the flowers in the garden, barefoot?
And swinging my, I'm not that person. I'm at peace and I have contentment. Do I get angry? Absolutely. I mean, come on, I have a teenager in the house and I have one that's about to graduate college. Yeah, I get angry. So that I have that peace and that contentment, and that peace means there will be chaos. There will be, just stuff, janky stuff that just takes place. But peace and contentment means I know I have the calm in my heart and I understand myself, know how to deal with. Okay, and I have my boundaries.
Right. And I think it's important to have our boundaries personally, professionally. And like when it comes down to like emotional intelligence, how would you say this has an overall effect on one's mindset, or does it?
Having overall emotional intelligence?
Yeah, how does this affect your mindset?
Absolutely. Emotional intelligence assessment, and Megan, this, when people take assessments, we've been socialized to where we always want a high score. Right. In emotional intelligence, it's not about having a high score, okay? It's about having balance. You can be high in your self-regard, okay, but low in regards to your interpersonal relationships. Well, that shows me that you just love yourself so much, but you don't interact with people. Once you understand that, and this is just my demonstration of a mindset shift, your mindset will find that balance, and that mindset will shift to say, hey, I love myself. I have a high self-regard, but part of who I am is the fact that I know I need relationships, good, positive, healthy relationships to thrive. So how can I do that? This is where your mindset will shift, Megan, in regards to gratitude, being at peace, just your whole mindset in dealing with other people. We have to deal with people. So once you see that you're getting more of a positive reaction in your life, it shifts that mindset. I mean, my friends, it'll shift your mindset in regards to just how you feel about yourself, to your money mindset, your business mindset. If you're in the workplace, your workplace mindset, it just grabs. Your emotional intelligence will grab you professionally and personally and just help you see the success and actually visualize how you want to show up. And that's a mindset shift.
Right. And one thing that I want to talk to you about, if I recall, I think we had a conversation about like goals and goal setting. We always have these big, audacious, goals and, but sometimes we're always like looking at all of these little minor details and just trying to figure out like, what should I be doing? What should I be working on? And so how can you utilize a tool such as like emotional intelligence to help you achieve, your goals?
Well, I think when you and I were speaking, I told you, I said, yeah, we're always talking about goal setting.
Yes.
Step back for a minute and let's look at your habits. Let's see what you're focusing on. So using the emotional intelligence tool will help you see your habits, will help you see where you need to unlearn some habits, okay? That will help you with the systems that you need to put into place, that you need to focus on, to then help you achieve these big audacious goals that you have. But with emotional intelligence, once you see where you need to improve, okay, or opportunities, I'm not going to say it's a weakness. It's not a weakness. It's just saying where you need to improve and grow in.
Areas for improvement. Okay.
Areas of improvement where you need to grow in, or areas that you need to balance in your emotional intelligence, to say, hey, okay, what are these habits that I'm doing that's not allowing me to grow? What are these things I'm focusing on? These, you know, this is where I said we spend major focus on minor things. What are those things that you're focusing on that are not allowing you to meet your goals?
Yes.
Before, my friends, before you go out and do all these big vision boards, okay, I get it. I love vision boards. Before you go out and do all your vision boards, you need to assess where you are in your self-awareness, and a tool like emotional intelligence and assessment as such will help you do that. Once you see what you need to focus on, you then go create your vision board, which will help you achieve those goals. Because my friends, we tend to focus on things that are not going to help us get to our goals. It gives us a false sense of accomplishment. That's probably what you don't need to be working on. And emotional, see that.
Perfect. And I know that you also have some free gifts, some resources for the audience. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the resources that they are able to find on your website?
So on my website, through my company, JMS Creative Leadership Solutions, that's the firm that I run myself, I have free resources. One of them is a 3-month vision plan, where just that, what do you want to accomplish in 3 months? Because one of the other items that I speak to clients about is we're always trying to make 12-month, 2-year, 4-year, 5-year goals, and that's great. Well, what do you want to do in 3 months? Because sometimes we need to focus on those items that we need to get out of our way or get accomplished in the 3 months to be able to achieve that 12-month goal. So the vision plan does basically ask you, what is your vision? What is that one thing that you need to accomplish? That big, huge, audacious goal. My mentor calls it a BHAG. Okay. So what does that 3-month vision look like for you? And this is where on this worksheet, Megan, it allows you to sit down, and I want you to visualize that identity and how you want to show up. I mean, close your eyes and think to yourself, how do you want to show up? I want you to see it. So if you want to be a CEO in your business, if you want to get a promotion in a job that you're in, visualize yourself in that position, and now go to that worksheet and say, what do I need to do to get there? Okay. The other resources I have is a confidence and certainty tool, where basically is helping you build that confidence. Okay. A lot of times we don't move, or we're afraid to move because we self-talk ourselves down. We talk ourselves out of our greatness. So the confidence worksheet just helps you see where you need to be, how you can focus on becoming more confident and helping you strive up to be a better version of yourself. One of the other tools I have out there is regards to present mindfulness as well. You know, sometimes we want to spend so much time focusing on what ifs, maybe we should, you know, like I said, that 12-month, 24-month goal. And this brings you back down to the present. Okay, to say, let's look at what we're doing today, and is what we're doing today helping us move forward? Okay,
wow.
Back to what we talked about, Megan, in regards to habits. Your habits determine your future.
Right.
Bad habits you may have today, you may not see the effects to it for months or years later, but have severe consequences. So those are just some of the free resources. I also have some podcasts that I've done that take you out to my YouTube page, so you can hear, I talk about imposter syndrome, I talk about career moves as well, so you can go out there and check those out.
Perfect. So you guys, we will drop the links in for Miss Nicole Smith. It was a pleasure speaking with you today. And what is the best social media platform just to connect with you on?
Oh, goodness. I am out there on LinkedIn. I heard you talking about LinkedIn.
Yes.
I am huge on LinkedIn in regards to my presence and what I post and so forth. So you can find me out there on Nicole F as in Frank Smith. You can connect with me. Like I said, support, lift up, however I help you in that manner. But I'm also on Instagram at the Nicole_Smith. You can connect with me out there. And also, I want to give my website, jmscreatesleaders.com. You can catch me out there as well. So
yes. And so everyone, like I said, thank you again, Nicole, for just joining us today. But all of the participants, you will receive a document after the conference that will have all of the speakers today's, their social media profiles, as well as links to their freebies. So if you don't catch it in the chat, just be sure to check your email. Be sure you check your spam as well, because we will be sending the information out to you so that you can just connect with everyone and claim all of your freebies. But thank you once again, Nicole. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for having me. You're such a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So how was that? Oh, I see that we have some gold bar information. Someone said, great information. Yes, yes. We have quite a few things in the chat. Again, everybody just snap a picture and take a selfie of yourself, especially if you are wearing a crown. I know some of you all had told me that you were going out to purchase crowns. Be sure that you take a selfie and use the hashtags. I'll have someone to drop those in the chat again. Hashtag strengthen the crown, hashtag strengthen your crown. Be sure to tag me in it, as well as to tag social media. I know that I saw a message from Merrick Damon. I saw one of you were the first people to tag, so you would get a free autographed copy of one of me and Prince Aderele's books, which is 26 stories, lesson learned from COVID-19 2020. And we are featured in one of the chapters here. And we became Amazon #1 bestsellers over the pandemic. And so Merrick, I will be reaching out to get your address so that I can give you a free autographed copy of our book, because like I said, you were the first tag that I saw with your picture. So again, please utilize those hashtags so that we can get all of your pictures. We still have a few more speakers, so it is not too late to go ahead and to invite a friend, invite a sister, invite someone that you think would benefit from some of this information. So the next person that we actually have coming up is Miss Lilith Dorsey. And so this next guest, you know, she doesn't know it yet, but I feel like she's like one of my newfound like spiritual godmothers or something, but she doesn't know it yet. So y'all, she's hearing it the first time that y'all hearing it too, right? And so, like I said, I know that we all have these, you know, spiritual gifts, and, you know, sometimes people don't realize that with some of these gifts, you can either operate in light or you can also operate in darkness. And so today I wanted to bring someone on who has written some bestsellers about just some of the religions of our ancestors. You know, we oftentimes, we don't like to talk about, you know, the religions of what our ancestors actually used to practice. And one of the things that she said is to laugh, because laughter is divine. It is freeing, it's unifying, and turning to laughter when you're feeling bored, confused, sad, happy, or whatever. Smiling is healing for your mind, your body, and your soul. And so Ms. Lilith Dorsey is an editor and a publisher of Oshun African Magical Quarterly magazine, and she also was a filmmaker with the experimental documentary The Bodies of Water, Voodoo Identity and Transformation. Lilith Dorsey is also the author of Voodoo in African Caribbean Paganism and Water Magic, and Orishas, goddesses, and voodoo queens, as well as a choreographer for jazz legend Dr. John Night Tripper's voodoo show. You see, faith, how we look at faith, such as our culture, our language, our dance, our religion, these are some of the first things that were actually stripped away from us as we cross over the Middle Passage. You know, many African Americans have gravitated back to the cultures that our ancestors once practiced, such as, you know, Yoruba and things of that nature. So I wanted to bring someone on who has authored numerous books about some of the topics and some of the religions that some of our ancestors have practiced. So welcome, Ms. Dorsey.
Oh, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to share everything here today and hear these wonderful things that everybody else has to say. I'm so happy and joyous.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And so what really inspired you to start researching and like writing books about, you know, goddesses and orishas and queens and everything that you write about? Like, what was your inspiration behind this?
Okay, this is the not so proud part, but I was in school and I was getting my undergrad degree in anthropology. And one of my bald, white, male professors said, there's no such thing as magic. There's no such thing as spirituality. You know, all this horror stuff about Black people and indigenous people and things like that. And I was just like, screw you. I know you're wrong. I am going to go out there and I'm going to do the research. And I was already a spiritual person, so I continued with my initiations and stuff. And I was just tired of hearing this white colonial oppression version of history, not herstory. And I knew it was different. And my daughters were young and I didn't want them to grow up the same way I did, hearing these things that were not true or hearing only part of the story, you know, hearing maybe about Cleopatra, but not hearing about, you know, Queen Nzinga or the warrior women of the Dahomey, like not hearing these really powerful ancestors that we had as Black women. And I didn't want them to grow up for 1 minute doubting that they were part of this powerful lineage of queens and they should shine whenever they can.
Perfect. And what would you say on, you have there's some greetings in the chat for you as well. We have some other priestess, high priestess. I know it's some Babalawos in there. So everybody's saying Alafia to you. So but with a lot of the stories and the goddesses and orishas that you have really written about, which ones would you say really relate to, you know, our crowns and strengthening our crowns? And, you know, of course you cannot really pick and choose which orishas you want, right? But some are known for some of their properties and, you know, offerings and things. And so, you know, from your studies, what would you say are just some of the ones that we should really acknowledge in this moment?
I think for me, I'm a daughter of Oshun. For me, it was always Oshun because she had strengths that were thought of as typically feminine, beauty and sensuality and the dance and sweetness, really, in all things. And that's something that I think a lot of us growing up, that was kind of squashed. It was, you know, you have to be tough and you have to be, you know, rough and you have to be able to, you know, take it and all of these things. And you have to, you know, you don't really get to celebrate that beauty in yourself. And for me, it was about celebrating that beauty in myself. And when I found out I was a daughter of Oshun, that just sort of everything clicked and fell into place. And I know there are a lot of other people in the ATRs that once they had that moment, it's like, oh, so this is why I do all these things, and these are going to be my strengths. And it's about, for me, playing to my strengths, that really by connecting with them, it allowed me to maximize what I have, to understand that, you know, some days I'm going to be sad, some days I'm going to be happy, some days I'm going to feel better if I'm around children. And knowing all these things are parts of her character, it allowed me to celebrate them in myself, if that makes sense, because it was something that was glorious and regal, and I could incorporate into my own life life and into my own beliefs, and honoring that the same way my ancestors did for hundreds and hundreds of, if not thousands of years.
Yes, me myself, I'm the daughter of Oya. So of course we know the marketplace, right? Transformation. And so
Definitely.
oftentimes people, they don't realize how much, you know, how you're crowned really identifies and is precedent for your life's path, right? And so it wasn't for me until I really started honoring and accepting and acknowledging how I was crowned and really stepping into it and really like learning more about it more, you know, because like I said, a lot of these things that we're talking about today, they're various tools. You can use all of them, you can use some of them, you can use none of them. But for me, it was really important, especially, you know, being married to someone who grew up in the culture, just to really gain that understanding. You know, my husband is from Nigeria, Yoruba. I grew up, you know, from birth trained as a Babalawo. And so for me, it was, you know, with our union, it was important to know and to really honor and to identify, you know, more about myself. And it really has helped me over the years on my journey. But that does not always come without its setbacks. And so what have been some of the challenges that you have overcome, you know, maybe personally and professionally, especially writing about topics that are not so, you know, mainstream and just thought of as the Christian, you know, appropriate way?
Yeah, definitely. That was a really big challenge. And I think just getting published at all was a big challenge. And it wouldn't have happened if I didn't have really strong people behind me and helping me. If I was trying to do it myself, I really don't think it would have happened, because my first book was published back in 2004, and it was a major publishing house, and that was a struggle. They didn't think it was important, and it wasn't until the Orishas book that was the book I really wanted to write, and I had to fight and struggle with them, and so many things along the way that you wouldn't think you'd have to put up with. Things that were like, I wrote a book about love magic, and they put in this really caricature, cartoony kind of clip art of Bob Marley in there, and things that were just like, really, like, this is so disrespectful. So it's just about a constant struggle of trying to get my words out there, trying to get the truth out there and get it out there the way that I wanted. You know, this Orisha book, I wanted to stress that, you know, part of the religion is being part of a community. And they kind of wanted me to take that out. They wanted to say that, oh, well, you already said that somebody should go and, you know, get a reading or talk to people from the community, or even possibly initiate if this is what they want to do. They wanted to take that out because they thought it was too hard, or I already said it once. And I said, no, this is very important. This is how our culture was built, again, for thousands of years. And I'm not taking that out. Like, you could decide to pull the book all together, but I'm not going to change my words, because I know that's what's right. And I think that's really why it was successful. So if I had anything to say to anybody, it was, you know, keep going. I've certainly been on the bottom. When we started our newsletter, I did that all by myself. When I did the documentary about New Orleans voodoo, I was in my grad program at NYU, and we lost $1,000 tripod at the airport that belonged to NYU. So I thought they were going to throw me out, and I was praying to every Orisha I could think of, and we finally got it back. But now they won't let people take the $1,000 tripod out of town anymore. But, you know, we're always going to have setbacks. And, you know, again, being part of a community really helped me. You know, there was a time when my daughter was young, and we had some hardships, and I got evicted, and I was really like freaking out about it. You don't want to get evicted with a small child. And I called my godmother, and she said to me, you know, almost all the Santeros and Santeras I know have been homeless at one time or another. I'm not necessarily sure why, but there's something about the spiritual journey. This is something that happens to people. And if you go through it and come out the other side fight stronger than when someone calls you and says, oh my gosh, I'm going through this horrible thing. Then you can say, oh, look, I know how horrible it is because I've been there and I clawed my way out of it, and it's okay, and you'll be okay too. And there's things that we can do as opposed to just crumbling in. We can again strengthen our crown and see things in a bigger way, in a bigger picture, and see that tomorrow is necessarily not going to be the same as today.
Yes. And I guess a question, I know a lot of people, they want to become, you know, published authors, and you have had numerous, you know, books with major publishing houses. And can you just kind of talk to us a little bit about, you know, your journey of getting, you know, your books out there? Because it's not easy, you know, it's not an easy world out there. But you've done it numerous times, so kudos to you.
Okay.
And you know, like what is that like? Like, how can we really just strengthen our crowns? And of course, people, they write books to tell oftentimes their stories or stories of things that they've heard or experiences, you know. And so, you know, what kind of advice would you give to someone who is really looking at you know, starting their journey of, you know, opening up themselves to tell this story, to try to get it published?
I think that dealing with publishers, like I said, especially as a BIPOC or anybody really who's in a marginalized group, it's going to be more of a struggle. I think it's getting slightly easier, but it's not horrendously easy. And the best thing I would recommend, especially these days, is just getting yourself out there. I think my last couple of books wouldn't have been published if I didn't have a blog. I have a blog called Voodoo Universe. It's the largest ATR blog in the world with about 100,000 hits a year. So I think that opened me up to a much larger audience. But again, that was a lot of free work. There's over 600 posts on there that I gave away for free. So there is this element of you're going to be working just to build up your community and to build up that audience. And then you're going to get noticed. When I started 15 years ago, you didn't need to submit, here are my followers, or here are all my different social media channels and a marketing plan. But right now, people call me up and they're like, oh, it's so hard writing. And I'm like, unfortunately, writing is not the hard part. I'm going to tell you straight. The hard part is coming up with that marketing plan, because you might be a creative person, but you might not necessarily be used to trying to put together a marketing plan or used to doing it for a product, which I was, because I had my own product line for years, but I wasn't used to doing it for a book. So it's kind of about structuring it in different ways and really figuring out what you want to say and who you want to say it to. For me, like with this book, it was geared towards younger people. Now, obviously, older people can read it or something like that, but I wanted it to be the thing that I wanted to read as a teenager, that I wanted to read growing up. And it's so joyous to me that now I have people message me saying, you know, I'm a young person and I found this and I'm reading it under the covers with a flashlight because my family wouldn't understand that this is our ancestral tradition, and I'm just trying to educate myself. And that's really what I did it for. It makes me cry almost, because that's why I did it. And I think if you put yourself out there and you're trying to do it to market it, you won't be successful. It has to be your authentic voice. It has to be true to you, and it has to be what you would want your children and your grandchildren and their children to hear, even if not your physical children, the ones that you do want your message to get out to, and just stay true to that.
For those future generations.
Yes.
Yes. And what I loved is how you just saying is just really talking about, you know, our authentic voice and just like really just being true to us. And what can you say has been some of the evidence maybe, or is there any evidence in your life that that has really helped you to recognize that there is power, that there is spirits out there, that things are happening not just for your own strengths and abilities? Like, I know I've had some off the wall stories that we could talk about of things that I've seen with my own eyes, but you know, for you, what has been your evidence that you know that you were just like on your right path, and for you to continue to still write books about these topics of our ancestors?
For me, I think it has to be extreme, right? Like if it's little, we don't really realize something's happening. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but sometimes these things really have to be intense in order for me to notice. And I think the 1 minute I really had it all together and realized this is what I'm supposed to be doing was I was at a fire walk at an event in Canada. And my dear friends, the Dragon Ritual Drummers, they're a ritual drum group that's up there in the Niagara Falls region. And they were drumming for this fire walk, and somebody else was facilitating. I'm watching the people do it, and they got to get all psyched up, and then they march across the coals, and they like yell, and they're having a great time. And they said to me, "Don't go unless you're ready." And for some reason, I didn't feel like I was ready. I was like, this just isn't, again, the Oshun thing. This just isn't me. I stomping across these coals and making these like ape noises is really going to help me right now. And something just clicked in my mind. They were like, well, why don't you go dance? And what I did was I danced across the coals, and everyone's looking at me dancing across the coals for about 15, 20 minutes. And I just realized, wow, every time I thought, oh, this isn't possible, I'm dancing on something that's 1,000 degrees, then it would get a little hot. So I had to just go back and go, no, just do your thing. And I just did my thing, and it was amazing. But for me to have it be something extreme like that, I just knew I was in the right space. And again, I was my authentic self. That's how I approach things. That's how I deal with things, like through that creativity, through that movement. And to go back to your writing question, that's really been helpful to me too. I know sometimes people have a hard time, they say, make yourself write every day or get up at 4 a.m. and write. Like that might not be for everybody.
Yes.
And it's okay. For me, if I feel a little bit stuck or if I don't want to write that day, then I'll take a minute and I will dance, or I'll make a short video clip of something that I'm trying to promote, or I'll write a poem instead of writing something that's nonfiction, or vice versa. So it's still being creative, and I'm still allowing myself to produce something. But it doesn't necessarily have to be what my mind is kind of like, okay, you got to get this done. You got to get this done. Like, no. It's going to rebel. It's like when you're trying to diet.
Because it's like really about learning to trust yourself more. And if you have that resistance, then that means oftentimes you need to pause, you need to stop, you need to, start doing something else. And so I think we really just need to, in turn, like really learn how to, trust ourselves more.
Definitely. I was saying earlier in the interview about having this kind of self-assessment, and that's what I talk to my students about, having in a gentle way, but also having radical self-assessment of what are you going to be capable of, playing to your strengths, realizing things that are a little bit more difficult, and how are you going to be gentle with yourself but still get what's necessary accomplished.
Mm-hmm. And so what kind of advice would you also maybe give someone who is, really looking to, explore the various goddesses and orishas and everything? Like, what is some advice that you would just kind of give to someone that is, that's really starting out on that journey?
I always say to start with your ancestors, because even if you don't have a community, your ancestors are right there with you. It doesn't even matter what tradition you're from. Like, we can all agree that we're here by the grace and glory and bounty of our ancestors, and that's how we made it. So honoring them, even in small ways during the day, I wake up, I light a candle, or I give them some coffee or some water or something, and I just take a moment to be grateful and acknowledge them and who they are, and the fact that they're responsible for getting me here, and they really still want to see me succeed. So just making that connection is really helpful. And then the other thing I recommend is seeking out your local community. Now, that's going to be easier in some places than others, but most large cities have botanicas and spiritual supply houses and things like that, where you can go and see what's going on there, get a reading, see how you should proceed, maybe get a candle, something simple. Start small. It doesn't have to be gigantic. We don't all have to rush out and have 10-foot high altars and things like that. Like, it can be something simple that just gently fits in with your other practice, and then you can expand on that.
When you were saying give them coffee with the gungun and everything, and gungun is ancestors, everyone, But it's so funny because sometimes I'm sure people kind of like, oh, is she giving them coffee? She giving them water? But what most people don't actually realize is that many of you all have had altars and shrines in your homes, but you just did not call it that, right? Because I'm sure that there is no one on this call that cannot say that they did not have a grandmother or an aunt who had some kind of table or wall that had pictures there, that had everybody's obituaries on it, that had all of these different types of things. We might not have called it an altar. We might not have called it a shrine, right? But who can sit here and actually say like, oh, my grandma didn't have that kind of stuff up? You know, like there, too many people can't say that. And so we have just always had to be mindful as to how we have honored our ancestors. And so we might not have always called it an altar, but typically we have all had altars in our homes at some point in time or another.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I remember I was at a lecture by Baba John Mason, who a lot of people know from the Yoruba Cultural Seminary. And he was talking about how the religion is like a fractal. So it can be as small or as large as it needs to be. And that was the most beautiful thing I've ever heard somebody describing about the tradition. So for so long, it had to be, oh, this is just some nice pictures of grandma and grandpa, or it has to be, you know, if we are going to do it, it's going to be in somebody's basement. But it can survive in one picture or in somebody's basement, or it can survive, you know, you were talking about me doing stage shows with Dr. John. We did shows in front of 10, 15,000 people at Bonnaroo. So we can do it for 15,000 people. We could do it for one person, just doing something simple and lighting a candle. And it's just like a fractal. It's just as powerful, no matter how small or how large it is.
Yes. And so as you guys can see, you know, this is what, you know, the face of, you know, spirituality looks like. And I know that you have a free gift for everyone. So talk to us about your free gift. And it's entitled, oh my God, y'all, 55 ways to connect to Goddess.
I think it's so funny. This is so perfect for me to have as the giveaway this week. The person who wrote the foreword was very close to me, Donata Ahern, and she just passed 2 days ago. So she got elevated up to the ancestors. So to me, and I wanted her to do the forward because she's a social worker. So in having her do that, she's a very spiritual person as well. She studied a lot of indigenous shamanism and strega and things like that. But I wanted her to do it because I wanted her to make that connection between I can help myself and I can help others and I can be a spiritual person at the same time. So
wow.
The book just, yeah, I know. I was like, wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
She used to call herself a super crone because she was in her late 80s. So she's like, I was already a crone at 65. What am I now that I'm 85?
Right. What do you call that? You know?
Yeah.
That is beautiful. And maybe can you share with us like one or two ways that we can really just connect to the goddess within?
There's a lot of really simple things in there, and that's what I wanted to put in there. Again, it's non-denominational. It doesn't matter what tradition you're following, but simple things, like I said, like lighting a candle. That, you know, there's a reason that they say light a candle, curse the darkness, you know. So there's a way in which we can illuminate whatever area we're trying to get light and clarity in our lives, just simply by lighting a candle. There's a lot of things in there about ritual cooking, magical cooking, spiritual cooking, however you want to talk about it, but using those ingredients that you're using to make the meals for yourself and your family, and making that a positive experience of healing and blessing. And by just something simple as basil or parsley, those are both very healing herbs. They're to protect people. And if you add a little bit of that to your food, you can be mindful of, okay, I'm adding this for hundreds of years. This is what it's meant to all different cultures all across the world. And I'm using that to now help myself and my family get a little bit healthier, get a little bit stronger, to uplift them and myself.
That is amazing. So you guys, look, just practicing your level of spirituality is just something that can be something as basic as lighting a candle. Y'all, why we don't have these candles lit over here? But But I want to thank you. And what is the best social media platform that that you would love for people to connect with you on? How can we reach you the best?
Well, I'm trying to get Insta famous. So if people could connect to my Instagram, that would be great.
Perfect. Yes, everybody. Please follow her Instagram. Please follow my Instagram. Ms. Dorsey, what is your Instagram handle?
It's Lilith Dorsey. I'm Lilith Dorsey on all my different social media channels. So if you don't do that, you can find me at the other ones. I'm there too.
Perfect. And so, like I said, everybody will be receiving the links, the social media links for all of their social media platforms they have provided, as well as I saw in the chat the access to get the ebook, but you will also receive the link to still go ahead and to grab that free ebook. But it was such a pleasure to speak with you. I will be in contact with you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's such an honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, y'all. So y'all see the look. Y'all was over there honoring y'all ancestors, and y'all ain't even know lighting up them candles. Some of y'all been going to Yankee Candle, lighting up those candles, and y'all been lighting them for the ancestors, and you ain't even know. How's everybody feeling today? Y'all still good? Y'all still hanging with me? So let me know what was some of the biggest aha moments. You are welcome, Miss Dorsey. And that is so amazing. Like I said, she is an Amazon bestseller. She has been featured in various major publications. She has had some big publishing houses to actually basically vet her work, that she's been able to get these publishing house deals. And so I just wanted to really bring on someone that has had, some publications. I know a lot of people that follow me that, that they're interested in becoming published authors. That is one of the things that I too would love to do. The book that we wrote this summer, it was a small publishing house that we went with. And it was a group collaboration, because one of my big emphasis was in the power of community and just really forming and getting with other people just to really start to build. And so my next guest today is, I wanted to really think about someone who I could bring on. And I think that it's important because we have all heard that African proverb is that if we stand tall, it is because we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. And so as I really started thinking about, okay, what is going to be that next level of impact? I decided to reach out to this next guest because I know how important it is to empower our next generation. And this guest, I was really impressed with the work that she is doing in the local South Florida community that I live in with young girls. And Dr. Ciara Bostick, she goes by Dr. Ciara. She is a motivational speaker, a professor, an author, as well as a leadership trainer, specializing in millennial leadership and professional development. Her charismatic and interactive approach allows her to strategically impact audiences and corporations, allowing them to unleash their power to dominate personally and professionally. So welcome, Dr. Ciara. How are you?
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. I am excited to be here. I have my drink ready.
Listen, I got some water in here.
And I'm so excited.
That is so good. That is so good. So listen, like I said, I wanted to talk to you because it's one thing for us to strengthen our own crowns, but we also need to figure out ways to give back. A lot of what we have been just really discussing is a lot of the hurt, the pain, the inner child healing that we have to deal with, a lot of the things that we've experienced as youth, and with, the things that happen in our childhood, and just really healing from that. And I know that you work with a lot of youth.
Yes.
And so what made you just really get started on this journey of working with youth, especially, our young ladies?
It has been a very long journey, and it going on about 14 years this year in September, but it started with my journey. That 13-year-old Ciara, that 12-year-old Ciara, specifically that 14-year-old Ciara, who dealt with those issues that I see in grown women now, who dealt with low self-esteem, who dealt with suicidal thoughts, who dealt with bullying on both sides, being the person who was bullying and the person who got bullied, dealing with not having, the fancy clothes that everybody else wore, the insecurities. It started there. And I know what I personally went through at that moment. The preteen stage is so, and thank God I wasn't around during social media. I would probably, no telling where my mind would have been, because there's so many images now to look up to. When we didn't, we just had like Tyra Banks. I had like Destiny's Child or whoever was on at the time to look up to, and I still felt insecure at that moment. So I can imagine what these babies go through now. But it started there. And personal story, honestly, where I got started, it was at a moment I was done. 13 in the mirror. This is it. I'm taking my life right here. This is the moment I'm going to take my life.
Wow.
Literally had I was in the mirror, knife ready. We getting ready to, cut our wrists. Like that was a thing at, in the early 2000s. I was getting ready. And honestly, Megan, I stood there, and this is no lie. I tried to cut and it would not. No matter how hard, how deep, it would not. And it was at that moment I stood in my mirror and I turned my life over to the Lord. Like, God, there is a purpose for me. That means there's something here. Like, I'm not allowed to die in this moment. There's something here. There's something special about me. And
I can't even cut my own wrist.
I can't even do it. And I'm ready to, because this is it. This is it for me. And it was at that moment I realized you're needed. You're special, and there's something special about you. And I'm not done with you yet. And from then on, that the confidence level that I had skyrocketed. I'm able to, in my profession, deal with young girls who are in the court system, deal with young girls who are specifically in the foster care system. I have a heart for those young girls. This is what I'm dealing with. Girl, the teen moms. I've never been a teen mom, but the insecurity is still there. I can talk to your insecurity. I can talk to your low self-esteem. Even in grown women today, 45, 40, 50, 60, they're still, and I can see it. And it's so crazy because I can literally see low self-esteem on another woman. So much so I studied this. So it's not something I'm just doing for fun. When I actually did my dissertation over 10 years ago, I studied this. I studied African-American girls of color, and how it affects their self-esteem, how it affects their leadership, where they're going to go from here. So this is something I know. This is not something I'm practicing, trying to make a gimmick or a gig out of. This is literally something I know and I study and I'm an advocate for.
Wow. And so, wow, that's amazing. And so with your experiences, what are some of the things that you are doing in the community right now? I know that you have a school and different things. Tell us what you kind of have going on.
I'm boring. Okay. I am super boring. So currently right now I have a nonprofit for girls, which is called God's Gift, which is going on 13 years. And with that, our topic, we focus on faith, confidence, and self-esteem. Our theme, my tagline is discovering your self-worth. So with that, I have an after-school program. I have 6 after-school programs at county parks.
Not just one, y'all. Listen, Miss Ciara got 6 after-school programs. Y'all better get with it.
I have 6.
Congratulations. Oh my God, that's a blessing. Okay, go ahead. Oh, but 6?
6. All county parks. Come on here.
With the county, y'all. She getting county funds, okay?
I meet with the girls on Saturday. I have a virtual book club because there are girls who actually like to read. So when COVID started, I did a virtual book club. So I have girls in Wisconsin, girls in North Carolina. I have girls all over in the book club, and I'm actually partnering with the library here in Broward County with the book club. Then I meet with my girls on Saturday. Then we have the Sisterhood Circle. That's for my babies who are in, they come to us from juvenile justice system. So their program is a little different from the other girls. They are in a specific 8-week program. Oh, that's it. That's so boring. Then last year as well, I opened up an all-girls school, Leadership Preparatory Academy, a 6 through 12 school. It's virtual. I'm still getting the hang of it. I'm new to this, and it came in the vision, and I kind of rock with it. So yeah, I'm here. I'm moving. I'm shaking. While having a 9-to-5, by the way. So,
so y'all, it's possible. It's possible to really birth your vision, to really be operating in your vision while you're still, you know, employed in your 9 to 5. Because listen, she just doing stuff 6 to 10, Saturdays and Sundays on the weekends, during lunch break, you know, and that's important just to see, because I know that, you know, when we really first started our business, my last layoff, my third layoff, I was actually forewarned because the university that I was working for, they gave us notification that we were being laid off. So I had about a year to really prepare for it. My other two, it was like unexpected. Like you just get called into the office and, oh, I'm sorry, we have to let you go today, right? And so it's important that, you know, that we're really trying to find balance, especially if it's a balance for a passion. You know, during that time, which was in, you know, 2017, when I just made the decision, like, okay, you know, I'll take on some other contracts, some consulting positions, but I want to go all in with this business. I know that I hired a high-end, you know, ticket coach to show me how to operate as an online business, because I saw all of these people claiming to make all of this money, multiple 6 figures. And I'm like, hold on, I'm just scratching the surface in my 9 to 5. I didn't went to school. I didn't got a good job. I didn't, all these students, but y'all sit here with like not even high school diplomas. Some of y'all dropped out of high school and y'all saying, you know, you showing receipts for this kind of stuff. Like, nah, hold on. Like somebody, y'all got to show me something
wrong. I'm doing something wrong.
Right. So I went and I hired someone. And for me, it was just a learning experience. And it was about people seeing things in me that I didn't see for myself at that time, right? And I think that that's why it's so important just for us to have, you know, a heightened level of mentors and, you know, leaders and other people that are really just looking to help us develop, right? Because of course it's important. You have to invest in yourself, but at the same time, you have to invest in the next generation. And so I guess my question for that would be, you know, with you having a nonprofit, with you really engaging, you know, in the youth of our next generation, what are some of the ways that people just in general, even if it's not with your organization in particular, but like, what is the type of support that an organization like of your stature would need? And how can other people, you know, bring their gifts and their strengths and their talents to these type of resources, you know, that might be available in their community? But listen, before you answer that, y'all, like we are living in a global economy right now. There is Zoom, there's other types of things. Yes. So, you know, you cannot allow or let, you know, location be the deterrent from you giving back. And so, you know, but just from your standpoint, what are some of the things, like what are the biggest things that a lot of organizations that are empowering the next generation, what are those things that's really needed from them?
I would say the first thing, and you hit the nail on it. I would definitely say the first thing is innovation and creativity. If you do not have those things, you are going to lose these young people.
Innovation.
If you, and it's so funny, and I apologize if I'm dressed like this. I was just on another Zoom right before I came. It was teen girls again. It was a tea party, a virtual tea party. And it was people here from Georgia, North Carolina, Atlanta. They were everywhere because once again, it was virtual and these teen girls led it. They had PowerPoints. It was Nearpod. I just learned what a Nearpod was. Like I learned something new. And the things they were incorporating. And you have to remember the generation after us are way more advanced. We have the knowledge, the technological knowledge. So you have to be creative and innovative. Trust me, I'm very old school in all of my tactics. I want to have some girls in the park. I want to hug them, you know, but then I can't do that all the time. But I have to think about it, I can reach more girls virtually. So how can I make it entertaining? What can I do? Programming is extremely important, whether it's a nonprofit for kids, nonprofit for adults, nonprofit for women who are abused, you know, or whatever your interest is. First of all, make sure it's an interest and not a hustle. Let's stop there. The interest and not a hustle. See, hustle is real quick. Hustle is I'm selling bundles, I'm selling lashes because I need money on the side and I see everybody else doing it. Make sure your heart's in, not your pocket, This is nonprofit we're talking about. So make sure your heart is in it, not so much your pocket. So don't make it a hustle. Make sure it's a purpose. And with purpose, you always have to have vision, right? And that's the only way to be stable, because it's really hard. I'm going to be honest. I named several ventures that I have, and you can attest, Megan, it's hard. Some days are very discouraging. Some days,
man, forget this. You know what? I'm just going to go back and get me another job.
It is. And you know what? And some days I can plan an awesome event, or at least I think it's awesome, and I have one girl show up.
Listen.
Oh my gosh, I'm done. I'm like, what? And I'm like, okay, I don't want to work with girls no more. I'm done. But is that fair to just that one girl that showed up? She probably needed that very same thing that I have.
Right.
So that's another thing too. You can't look at the size of things like that. Look at the purpose of things. If one girl show up, two girls show up. If you have a business launch party and only 3 of your family members show up, well, guess what? They were there. They just got to start small. Yep. So in this field, whether it's nonprofit or for-profit business, first of all, make sure your heart's in it and it's not something quick. Because things that come quick, the quicker they come, the quicker they go. The quicker they come, the quicker they go. You want something that's solid, something that has a foundation. And that's something that's, I keep saying this, but nothing microwaved, you know,
because everything is not gonna work the same thing for every. Yep.
And I'm probably one of the youngest. There you go. I'm probably one of the youngest speakers you had on here, Megan. But when I was in school, one of my degrees is in business. One of the things they taught us is to have a secure business plan. Everything that I have is laid out. I have my demographical research, the purpose, my vision, what I expect to accomplish. Because I want a foundation. So that means if I walk into an elevator with a millionaire, I have something to show them. I'm already ready. I'm not trying to get ready. I'm already ready. They may be trying to invest. This may be an old lady getting ready to call it quits. Listen, I have $1 million. I need an organization. Here you go. Everything's already written out. So that's how you know it's purposeful. When that stuff is written, you guys know about vision. You guys know about writing it out. You know about going for your dreams. You got to have it already laid out because you never know who's looking for you. If the purpose came to you and the vision came for you, that means it has to come to pass. You never know who's looking for you. You never know, depending on your gift, your skill, your talent.
Yes. Because I always tell people, you don't have to worry about the how, right? Because if that vision was given to you, it's not yours to really sit and to really think about the how. Yvette, what did I say the other day? It was about not the word. Oh, don't worry about the little details, right? I was having a conversation and we were just like, you know what? Listen, you ain't even got to worry about all of them little details because that's not important, right? And it was something major that we were talking about. And I just told her, I was like, look, you can't even worry about them little details. Like, we're not finna worry about this. Like, you know, and even for me, like birthing this conference, right? It was all of this, me hiring the VAs, the project manager for this, upgrading different systems and like actually trying to separate it from my company. It still was an expense to it, right? But then like we were just saying, like, look, we're not finna worry about the little details because at the end of the day, the money, the blessings, everything will come. And not knowing if one person would show up or like how we've had 70 people on here today. But guess what? We will have more conferences. We will do more things like that. And so as visions and things are deposited into you, look, all you have to do is say, look, God, okay, whatever it is that you want me to do, I'm being obedient. I'm being your servant. And if only one person shows up and that's the people who I have hired, guess what? Then they need to be the people who this message was for.
Come on, but let me tell you something, because you just said something really. Let me drink my ginger ale on this.
Okay, it's y'all. It's time for a water break.
Yes, you said something that was very important, Megan. You said when you have the vision, you go for it, right? And I need people to understand this. Everyone who's listening, first of all, y'all hyping me up in these comments. Don't hype me up. Don't do it. But you said something about having the vision and being, and we discuss about being ready. But here's the thing: you can have the vision all day long. You can write it. You can have it on your vision board. But timing is everything. If you do timing, the cookies crumble in the wrong spot. If you produce your vision outside of timing, Is your vision really coming to pass? Or are you forcing it to come to pass? Perfect example, and I'll use myself, I'll pick on myself. The vision for the school came when I was 19 years old in my dorm room at Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton. I had a dream, wrote it down, left it there. That was when I was 19. I opened the school at 32. I held on to the vision. It wasn't released yet. I didn't get the okay to go forth and do it yet. This is at 19. You were talking almost 20 years later, 10 years later, here I am. Now it's finally coming into flourishing. If we move outside of season, outside of timing, woe unto us. Because now we're doing it for our own purpose.
Right.
And that's not, if I would have opened it at 21 when I graduated, what girls would I want to be serving? Because I didn't have the nonprofit then.
And you had experience that you
didn't have. Experience. I wouldn't know. I had to go through from graduating, getting my bachelor's, getting my master's. Here's the thing. I don't have a teacher's background, but I ended up being a teacher, substitute teacher, third grade teacher, high school teacher, to an assistant principal. I had to learn school, and it was released. So there are some things we still have to learn on our journey before our vision can come to pass. But people don't want to hear that.
Sip your tea. Go ahead.
People don't want to hear that part. People, I see it, I'm going to do it. And listen, sometimes it does work like that. Sometimes people time it when it's needed, it's a need then and there. But doing something, I'll woe unto you doing things out of season. Who really wants to eat? Let me tell you something. There's a particular person who wants to eat mangoes out of season. Some people like them when they're really green. Some people like them when they're super stringy. But when it's in the ripe season, come on, it's very satisfying to you. Y'all better pick up on these seasons, I'm telling you. It can be bittersweet. So you definitely have to understand seasons and the timing of everything. You muted, boo. You muted. I'm mute.
Oh, sorry. My husband was asking me if it was time for a little bit of libation. I said, yes, please. But you know, and it's a time and a place and a season for everything. And I just remember, like, even years ago, like, I just couldn't figure out why I was like stagnant in my business. And one of the things, it was like, I had even tried hosting in-person events, right? And at one point in time, we had an event, maybe one person came, 3 people came, you know? And so it's just like, what you have to realize is that the season that you're in, and just because you planted seeds does not mean that it's going to grow overnight. And so many people, they're looking for so much stuff just to happen like instantaneously. Yes, your thoughts become things, but at the end of the day, you still have to really sit and you really have to harvest that seed, you know. And sometimes you still have to think about like a farmer. You can't just, you know, plant a seed. Sometimes you have to be sure that that soil is correct. You know, that you're planting it in the right place, that it's the right season. And you cannot be sitting there looking for, you know, an apple tree to come up when you didn't plant some strawberries.
Talk.
And so you have to really think about, okay, well, what have my investments been? Like, what do I need to sit? What do I need to focus on? What are the things that I actually have been focusing on? Have I been really doing things just to do them, or have I been doing things that are going to be profitable in my business?
Yep.
Because oftentimes we just want to sit here and say that we have a business, that we have a nonprofit, but we're not actually doing those things. And
that's where vainglory comes in. If I can discuss that for a little bit, that's when it becomes vain. Because you want the accolades, you want the praises for this. That's why I said, if it's not here, if it's not in your heart, you will crumble quickly, because it'll be a nonprofit tomorrow, Mary Kay the next day. You gonna start doing, what is it, Cindy Trim jewelry? You just gonna keep bouncing around because you're not doing it here. And it's sad to say, if you're not doing it from here, that means you're still kind of finding your purpose. And it's so sad to me, and I teach my babies this, it's so sad to me that I have 50 people in their 50s, 60s, 70s still searching for a purpose. I try to reach these babies as young as possible. I started 7 years old with my girls. They go from 7 to 17, 18 for the girls in foster care. 7 to 17. We're going to discover purpose. Because there's no way I'm going to have y'all leave my program at 21, 30, 40, still searching for, because you're going to start finding it in other things. And an unstable person just all over the place, come on. Stability is, that's a whole nother, let me drink my ginger ale again.
You know, this time I had to go from water and Jesus turned it into wine, okay?
It's the same color. Look, it's the same color.
But listen, so purpose. I know there's some people out here right now that's really struggling to find their purpose. Mm-hmm. And what my message to you would be is that nobody can tell you what your purpose is. Nope. You already know what you're called to do. And so oftentimes we're looking and asking people like, hey, can you help me find my purpose? I can't help you find nothing. I can maybe help you to discover it, to uncover it. Mm-hmm. But deep down inside, I think that we all know what it is that we're called to do and who it is that we're called to serve. And oftentimes these conversations are had, and we know these things in our youth. And one of the things that I always like to take my clients back on is, you know, what would you be doing if you didn't have any limitations? What would that 15-year-old Ciara be doing? Or what does she think that she would be doing with her life right now?
And it's exactly what I'm doing right now, because 15-year-old Ciara didn't have a husband and kids, and 33-year-old Ciara don't have a husband and kids. So I am, and I guess that's where my freedom comes. I'm able to do. Thank God I have both my parents in my life, but I did all my education first. I knocked out 4 college degrees before 24. Right? Whoa. Super unheard of, right? Oh, I know. So I sacrificed. While my friends are out partying, they're in the club, I'm in summer school. I'm taking classes. You know, I didn't experience a lot of things they experienced in their teenage days or their early 20s. I was in school. I'm like, you know what? I have time for this. So at 24, they're still struggling. They're still this. I have a whole doctorate degree working in the NFL, because I was working in the NFL at that time. So it's life. But you said something, Megan, and I kind of want to bounce back off on. You said about finding purpose. There is a difference between, and you said, you know, everybody can't discover purpose, and you're right. We can't tell people their purpose. That's part of self-discovery. But I also want people to be reminded that within your purpose, there are different purposes and different spiritual assignments. So you may be at a job, and that job is not a permanent job. It's just a spiritual assignment. You're there for a reason. You're there for a season. So I'm not going to say your purpose changes, but there's a difference between your purpose and your spiritual assignment. You might just be on your job just to help somebody else, I don't know, love on somebody who's never had a friend like you, just to be a friend, or your smile is contagious, your personality is contagious, and that person needed you in that moment. That was your purpose right there. And make someone smile, make someone laugh, bring joy to someone's day. Yep. You know, so it all depends, your purpose and your spiritual assignment in the correct time.
Yes, because I've been in situations where, you know, I've been on contracts, been on assignments, and Megan would not be there, but God has not told me to move yet, right? Because I'm like, okay, I am still on this assignment. Mm-hmm. Like, what is this? I'm still learning a lesson.
Yep.
And I think that after every situation that I've been in, it's a lesson that we have had to learn. Yep. And you have to really think about what that lesson is. And so I guess my last question for you is...
Not last question, I'm ready. Let's go.
My last question for you is, what advice would you give to someone else who is maybe like looking to start their own nonprofit? You know, a lot of times, you know, I know different people who they want to form nonprofits. They want to start businesses based around, you know, their passions with something with youth. And so what advice would you give to people that are really looking to, you know, empower other people so that they can, you know, strengthen their crowns?
First of all, we're strengthening crowns, ladies and gentlemen who are on here. That means we are not comparing ourselves to others. Let's just stop there. Those who wear crowns don't compare. I can't compare my jewels to what you do, your jewels. Megan did what she did to get her jewels. Ciara did what she did to get hers. Okay. Mm-hmm. So let me just say that comparison kills. So don't say, oh, I started a business, she started, but mine don't look like that. My nonprofit, comparison kills. So if you're getting ready to start a nonprofit, the very first thing that I would say to do, write it out, lay out your foundation. What is it that you really want? What type of nonprofit do you really want? What are your objectives? What are you trying to prove by having this nonprofit? And then what demographic are you going to serve? You know, your demographic may not even be Florida or, you know, wherever. What demographic are you going to serve? And then research in the fact of other organizations that are similar to yours. When I started working with girls 13 years ago, and I'm from Fort Lauderdale, I don't know where everyone's from, but when I started working with girls 13 years ago, there was nobody but Girl Scouts in Fort Lauderdale. I looked up to Girl Scouts, and that was a mixed girls, but primarily white girls. So I didn't have a vision. So I was the first person really in my area to have something for Black and brown girls. So I didn't have nothing to go off of. And I thank God now that there are several girl groups out there, but I would definitely say start researching any type of nonprofit that you want to do, other nonprofits that's similar, so you can see how they do. And it's not like you're modeling after them, but you're just seeing what they do. And I will also say, if you find something that you're interested in while you're researching, sow into that nonprofit. There are several girls.
Sow that seed,
Yes, so there are several girls, while I'm looking and researching, like, oh my God, I like that program, but it may not fit my girls, but I like it. I would definitely donate something. I would donate books. I would send maybe $20 to an organization, sow into another organization, because you're going to want that same thing reciprocated back unto you and yours, okay? So that's how I would say to get started, and make sure everything aligns. You're going to be offered several different types of probably opportunities, but if it doesn't align with the vision of your organization, don't take it. I've been offered several things to do. Because they see Black and brown girls. No, if it doesn't align with what I'm doing, my vision, I'm sorry, I can't take it. And that's what I got for y'all.
And so how can people connect to your organization? And, you know, if anybody feels compelled, how can they donate to what you have going on, to your nonprofit?
I always like a good donation, and not always financial. I always look for speakers too for my girls. But it's a website. I'll put it in the chat if I can, but it's www.godsgiftinc.org. And then also we're on Facebook. We're on all social media. Everything is at God's Gift Inc. And even when it comes to me, everything is I am Dr. Ciara. So he's very easy to find. I'm extremely Googleable. Like just I did actually just Dr. Ciara, and I promise you I'll pop up. Probably different hair. I may be blonde in one picture.
Right. You never know what it's gonna look like.
No, but
just know the name. Just know the name. And perfect. And I see that we did have one question for you. Renee said, what advice would you give to older sisters who have not found their purpose? Like where should they begin?
I would definitely look inside. So I had somebody ask me that question too. I would look inside, thinking about, it's a lot of self-reflection. What do you like to do? What do people, first of all, what do you like to do? And then what do people compliment you on?
Or what do they always come to you for?
Yes.
Because we always have different people that always come to us for different things. Like what are you already known for? Yep. You know, sometimes it could be, for instance, it could be fashion. Maybe you have a sense of style, right? And your friends always are just like, you know what? I'm having this event. I need you to help. What should I wear? What should I dress? Can you come shopping with me? And there's people that get paid for that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And maybe your purpose is to help people get dressed as a consultant, right? As an image consultant. And so, you know, it's various things that we can kind of work through. But, you know, with some people that's older, you know, sometimes it's that thing that you've been putting off your whole life.
Things you've been putting off. Or how about this? Something you want to be remembered for. If you were to pass away today, what do you be remembered for? That's a great sense of finding your purpose.
Well, it was a pleasure talking to you, Dr. Ciara.
Anytime. I'm ready for a girl talk. So anytime.
Yes. And I would love to come, you know, to just impart some of my knowledge to your ladies. So just let me know when you need me. I will be there. We can talk about whatever you want us to talk about, you know, branding, career services, spirituality, how to blend them up, whatever we'll talk about it, right?
Yes,
but just let me know, and I will, I can round up the troops and we can
not round them up.
Yes, because I know that there are some other people as well who, you know, who would love to really give back to your organization. So we would definitely put you all in touch with how you can connect with Dr. Bostick and the great things that she is doing within the community, within our community, our global community, just to help uplift the next generation. But I thank you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate
and cheers. And you guys, Dr. Bostick, her information is in the chat where you can find out more about her organization. How is everybody doing? Are you guys loving today's event? I see that we still have a whole bunch of people that is still hanging on strong with me today. I am so honored and I'm thankful, and I'm appreciative, and I'm just in full gratitude and in awe as to, you know, just one, the turnout for today's event, as well as, you know, just the support that I'm receiving today. And, you know, with me being a business coach and being a spiritual business coach, one of the things that, you know, we have to talk about money, people. You know, we could not have this session and not talk about money. And so last but definitely not least, I need to introduce y'all to my money lady. And a wise mentor once told me that it takes cash to care. Yes, you heard that correctly. My dean, who when I was receiving my MBA, he told me, and this was actually a couple of years later after I had received my MBA, because I got my MBA like over 10 years ago. And I met up with him about 2 years ago, and we were just talking about my journey. I was doing some contract opportunities, and he was like, Megan, what are you doing here? Like, what, you are too, he basically told me honestly that I did not need to be in a situation that I was in, right? And he was just saying that the lesson that people need to learn is that it takes cash to care. And you see, money elevates exactly who it is that we already are. And money is a tool that is meant to be used. You see, it's meant to be used. It's currency, right? So that means it's flow. It's about being back and forth. It's about, you know, giving as well as receiving. Money is that tool to enable flow into our life. And so if we want to care about the community, if we want to care about ourselves, if we want to care about all of these different types of things, we need the money and the funds to do so. Did you guys realize that on average in 2019, yes, in 2019, that women still are making about 82 cents to $1? So it's still a whole inequity in race. I'm sorry, not in just race, because even Black women, I think if they make lower, but it's still inequalities in the pay wage that women are receiving when it comes down. We're not equal. So that's about what, like 19 cents that we're making less. And so I think that it's very important that we really begin to have open conversations about money and about finances. And I know that a lot of times, you know, finances are not discussed in a lot of households, right? It's, you know, maybe you got an allowance, maybe you didn't, right? But I'm on this journey to just change these type of conversations. I know that it was also been taboo for so long to think about, oh, that church is a business, right? But in essence, church is still a business. It might be a nonprofit, or even if you have a nonprofit, technically it's still a business, and the goal is to still make money. And so when you think about this, I want to know, just let me know in the comments, who is claiming to be the next millionaire in their family? Because I want to sit here and I want to be around millionaires, right? Or people that have that millionaire mentality. I want to see some money bags. I see some yeses and some dollar signs, but can we see some money bags? Okay, I see some people raising their hands. So I'm talking to you all. And so oftentimes what we have to do is we have to actually take a look at our finances. And we have to think about, okay, this is the business that I have. Am I operating underneath the correct business model that is going to get me to the realized profits that I need to in my business? And you see, I grew up a little bit differently. Like I said, I grew up in a non-denominational household. We thought differently, right? And a lot of people in my family, we just kind of think differently. But over the years, I have worked with a lot of clientele that have had a lot of limiting beliefs when it comes to money. And sometimes we end up expressing or avoiding conversations. For instance, I'm sure many of you have heard that money does not grow on trees. Or maybe you heard things such as, well, who do you think we are? The Rockefellers? Or you might have heard people say that when she kind of gets elevated, oh, well, who does she think she is? She's just trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? And so it's time for us to have conversations about wealth and how can we really just empower ourselves so that we can empower our future generations, so that we can really have these conversations. And so I want to introduce you all to my big cousin, who is my money lady, right? And she has helped me over the years. She has been my tax accountant. Listen, y'all, she delivered one of my kids for me. She has ensured that I have been able to purchase, you know, my 4-bedroom new build house, purchase my dream car, right? Because everybody has that dream car. And so she has really helped me to keep my finances in order, just so that I have been able to accomplish a lot of the things that I've accomplished. Like I said, you know, some of us didn't come from families where we were able to drop $25,000, $30,000 down on a house, right? And so this is a person who has really helped me to tell the people in my neighborhood, like, no, I bought this house myself with my husband. No, it's not in our parents' names. Like, no, this is ours. And so she has really enabled me to help have these conversations. Oh, and I see some billionaires in the room. Okay, listen, we up and level the game, not just millionaires, we're billionaires. And so Miss Jwuanita Core is the managing director of Just-in-Time Tax Services. And she has over 20 years of professional experience, ranging from program management to public and private accounting. And wherein the past 10 years, Ms. Core has focused on business development and taxation. Her areas of expertise include nonprofit accounting and bookkeeping, individual tax preparation, and audit support and review. Additionally, Jwuanita has a wealth of experience in financial advising, budgeting, and tax planning. And so without further ado, I want to bring Miss Jwuanita Core up to the stage.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Thank you so much for hanging in there this late in the afternoon, because I know a lot of you have been just here since early this morning and early this afternoon. And, you know, it's late in the day. It's a Sunday. So I know you guys want to get back to doing all the things that we do on Sundays, right? But we are here for a very important topic, and we're here talking about strengthening our crowns. And one of the topics that we always, like Megan said earlier, tend to shy away from is finances. So we have all these goals, we have vision boards, we have, you know, all these things, but no one wants to actually talk about money. That all
Yes.
these things take money, because there's always this taboo that if you talk about money, you talk about wanting more money, then you know you're going down the wrong path, right? If money is your purpose. But if you know where your heart is and you know what your purpose is, then you already know that that's not the case, and that you have to be realistic if you want to be able to live out your purpose and put that crown on. And as Megan said, it costs to care, to have the money to be able to do that. And that the source comes from within, the source comes from your purpose. but it's a tool. So we just talked about, everyone talked about tools. We talked about wellness tools. We talked about eating. We talked about, so many other things. Mental wellness, but no one wants to talk about money.
We don't want to talk about our finances and money.
And how important that is into our stress level, how important that is into balancing our root chakra, and how it falls into place in all the rest of these things that we have going on. So when Megan asked me to join, because she did mention that she is my cousin. So when she asked me to join, I was like, wait a minute, why am I here? I'm not a vegan. I'm not a holistic doctor. I'm not into really deeply following my chakras. So I was kind of confused, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't even know, what I'm really going to add as in value. But I started to pray about it. And one of my great friends also told me, like, what are you talking about? This been in your system, this been in your blood. I mean, if we think about our ancestors, my family is well into, I don't have to be that in tune, because I have a history of family who is well in tune with where we're at in our spirituality. And one of the people that first taught me about one of the differences between religion and spirituality is Miss Megan Aderele, right there herself. We spent some time together during her college years where we were roommates. And that was my first time. I was actually an atheist at the time. I did not really have a religion, even though I came from Christianity. It wasn't that important to me because I had gone through a lot of things in my life. So at that time,
we was living together and you was an atheist. I don't even think I knew that.
You didn't know that? That's because you was praying. You was praying for me. I had other people praying for me. I had people
out of here.
They would, because I was coming from a lot. Remember, I was dealing with a lot of things, and I remember that Megan wasn't. She didn't have a Bible sitting on her on her
not at all.
But
she was always in the car.
But she was very adamant about her spiritual wellness and her spiritual grace, and she was able to help me with that. And throughout the years, because so many people poured that into me, I was able to find, God, and He is my best friend, living in my life now. And, I thank her for that. And I thank some other people for that. And I think that today is actually going to be great because I have some personal things to share that will help with people and budgets and your purpose, and why it's so important to understand that it costs to care for yourself, care for others, and to be able to spread that around.
Yes. I just got a message that someone said that my brother, Derek, or some people know him as Tyrone, they said that my father used to say that money is God in action. Right?
I like that.
And so when we think about money, and it's basically his riches, right? And wealth, and it's showing that our seeds that have been sown, they're beginning to really sit and manifest. I think that we, as a lot of people, we always don't like to sit and we don't like to talk about money because it scares us. Because sometimes if we look at the inputs and the outputs of things, it's fearful. That unknown is fearful. And I remember my cousin, I guess I was always a little bit more like free spirited in a sense, because I always know that money's coming to me. Like I've always been able to manifest money, right? And so I remember, like, even when we were living together in college, my cousin, she was the one that she made sure that the bills was paid on time, that we had this in order, that we had that. And I'm like, well, we know we getting paid. Like, why do I have to have a budget? And so she was one of the first people that really, like, basically kept me in order, because I was like, well, I know that more money's coming to me. Like, let's just spend this all. Let's just go do this. And so it was just like being disciplined, I think, is one of the biggest things that, that you taught me. And it's just so amazing. I don't know if I'll be walking around in a cloud or something, but like, even then, I had no idea. I mean, because we had so many conversations, but like, I guess I was just looking at your spirit. Like, I never knew that you were like really an atheist at that time. Like, I mean, I even think that we went to church a couple, like we were just doing stuff, but it was just like, that was never like the main topic of, like the conversations between us. So it's just interesting. It's interesting. And I think that, as we're building businesses, as we're building brands, as we're just like really trying to get to our next level, it's very important for us to have these conversations about, our finances, to look at these things, to just figure out like, okay, this is my purpose, this is my mission. And realistically, it takes money to accomplish whatever our goals are. Granted, I don't want y'all to worry about the little details, right? But money is a detail that we really need to sit and that we need to focus on. And so as people are looking to, start their businesses and grow their businesses, what would be some advice for some of the big things? Like, I know you always say, okay, you have to pay yourself, right? And so besides paying yourself, how can we keep, our crown straight to know that, okay, we're in the right direction. This is what we need to be sitting and really focusing in on as we're building our businesses.
Well, one of the first things in doing that, I would say, is to be able to at least ground yourself in the importance of financial wellness. So I always talk about financial wellness in a sense that it has nothing to do with how much money you have, because you can have millions of dollars and you can be blowing it or spending it, and it could still be the stressor that you're having because you are not managing your money. You are not using your money to work for you. And then you could also have very limited income, but because you are managing your finances well and you are doing the things that you need to do to stay financially well, then you could be so grounded and that tool could be working for you. So we're not talking about the fact that, you have to be this millionaire, but you do have to be financially well. And a lot of that still is in tune and in line with a lot of what we heard earlier today. And it's really about living in your purpose and being able to find that purpose first, because if you don't do that, if you're not well living in your purpose, then you can just automatically lose to make those right decisions. What are the decisions you need to be making with your money? What are decisions you need to be making to be able to do those budgets? So use your finances. Where's my money going? Why? The whys, the why. Why do I need money? Why do I want to level up, for my purpose? So it all comes back to that. And one of the things that I want to talk about today is even something personal for me that I had to put my crown back on and level up to make some money. So I'm good.
So what did you have to work on?
So a little background about me. I used to just be fearless. I mean, I used to be a person that, I would just get up and go. I didn't let things bother me as much because I had been through so much in my life. Earlier, we talked about trauma. I had been through so much trauma, and I had been in counseling, therapy, all of these other things. And so I thought I could get through anything, right? Like, there's nothing I could get through. And I was great with money. So I never was in a position where money was a factor for me. And I got to this point in my life where God had showed me my purpose. And it was very clear. This was in 2010, 2011. It was very clear that he showed me my purpose, and it was business, and it was teaching other people about finances. You had mentioned earlier that if you just find your gifts and the things that you're great at, and whatever God gives you, those gifts that he gives you, if you choose to live in those gifts, then everything's just easy. Everything's just going to flow and come right through, because you don't have to work hard. You don't have to work hard to do what you already know how to do the gifts that he already gave you. So sometimes finding our purpose is not even that hard. Start with your gifts, start with the things you're great at. And just like you said, right, my friends and family, they used to always come to me, you know, since I was younger. I just knew, I did always know how to handle money well. And God showed me my purpose, and I got there. And I was on this train and I was loving it. It was a great train to be on. I had started visions of expanding. I was already in business when I was in Atlanta, and I had a vision of expanding my business to Boston, back to where I had grew up at. And I was like, great, this is gonna work out just fine. You know, I'm going right to where I grew up at, you know, this is gonna be a no-brainer. And I remember getting there, and I remember so many things happening so quickly, so fast in my life, and things changing. And one of the things that happened for me is that I became a mom. And I remember when I first became a mom, it was before I had did some of the things that I was supposed to do. And I remember that I was like, oh, shoot, maybe my purpose is God's trying to slow me down. Maybe my purpose is that, you know, I have to stop and be a mom. And I remember that was me. It wasn't God. It was me trying to figure out what was happening at the time. So what I did was I slowed down, and I just kept having these ideas and visions that I wanted to move forward in things like my business, and I wanted to. And I became the hairdresser that never has her hair done. I became the person who was helping everyone else, but not helping myself and my own growth. There was a saying that I heard the other day that I shared with Megan, that was that if you can't light yourself on fire just to make everybody else warm, just to keep everybody else warm. And one of the things that I loved about what I heard was that it said, light yourself on fire. I lit the match. I lit the match. And I kept moving with that latch being lit, and I was helping everybody else. Like you said, purchasing homes, doing all of these things, and I was just on fire, not fire meaning great fire. I was on fire meaning I was burning a hole in my own pocket.
Right.
Pocket was burnt. And it wasn't really because I was spending anything. It wasn't because I was overspending. It was because I was not producing. I was not growing. So therefore, I was very stagnant. And that's what the hole was, being burnt in my pocket. And I was giving and giving and giving, rather than not making sure that I was getting enough to give. And something that we talked about in cost of care, one thing that I try to do when I teach my clients is about saving, sharing, and giving. So there's these three things. You have to save, you should share, and you should give. And you have to do those things in balance. You can't do them off balance. We always learn about our chakras and keeping them in balance. Well, it's the same thing when it has to do with money and time. We have to be able to balance our finances. We have to be able to balance our money. So if we give everything away, then we won't have more to give. If we don't take care of ourselves and save something for ourselves, then we won't be able to take care of our own selves. And then if we just share too much of our time, well, guess what? Time is money. Time is money. Okay, so when you share too much of your time and you're not focused on balancing your time, then you are creating spaces and gaps where you could have produced money, or you could have produced other things that could add value. So I think a lot of what I also try to teach clients, and I had to go back and teach myself, was that my time is money. And just to piggyback off of the personal story, I really had to sit back and I had to put my crown back on. Like, I had to do that for myself. Like, I was out here crowning everybody else, but I was not crowning myself. And I think it was Mrs. Smalls had talked about this earlier. Guess why my crown wasn't on, Miss Aderele? Guess why?
Why?
Guess why? Because of shame.
Whew.
I was dealing with shame.
That
I was dealing with
guilt.
shame. And I didn't realize it. It took me a long time to understand why my crown was not on and everybody else's. And it was because I was dealing with shame. And I was ashamed that I was a single parent.
Baby, listen, we're not even gonna go here. This gonna be another topic, right?
I was a single parent, yeah. And
not the plan that you had, right?
Not the plan that I had, not the plan that I had. So I started to be angry. I was angry. I was upset because I did not understand what was going on with my purpose. I was like, whoa, like I thought when I came here, my purpose.
What did I do wrong? Like, how did I do wrong?
Exactly. And I had waited. I thought I did all the right things. Like I had waited late to have children. You know, I wanted to find someone who was equally yoked. I was like, this is crazy because I did everything. And guess what? Where a lot of the shame also came from is that my mom was a single parent and I did not want that same thing to happen to me. You know, I was like, I don't want that to happen. So I think that was another thing. So even doing things like this that I know that would elevate me and that would help me put my crown on, I was staying away from social media. I wouldn't, because I didn't want people to know my secrets. I didn't want everybody to know that, oh, Donna, the one who got all her stuff together, you know, she's not married, she's not doing, and guess what? Because of that, because of the shame I was feeling from some of the trauma I was going through, I was not able to elevate myself and put my crown on and be the hairdresser that has her hair done. Like my stuff should be snatched
together, right.
Walking out the door, looking real good. And I think it goes back to some people talking about finding your purpose, but I think we forget that we lose our purpose. We start losing what we already know that we should be doing, and we start losing track of some of the things that we need to do. So I'm only repeating that for my personal story to say that some of our purposes is already there. Some of the things that we want to do is already there. And if you go back to that and you find that, then you can start making those great decisions, even just about money and about budgeting and about pushing and leveling up. We should not be afraid to level up. I should not have been afraid to get on these platforms and push my business to a higher level because of what I was dealing with personally. And sometimes we do have to separate business with our personal dealings and what we're going through personally. Yes. So that we won't let the two entwine. So because the business is there in order and timing. Yes, I see some comments about timing.
Yes.
Hey, I'm all for it. I already know that it wasn't my time and I'm not worried about it now. Because I already knew that, you know, in time things could turn over because I know I could do that, whatever. I'm just happy to be in the season though.
Right. And I'm like, I'm so proud of you, like the little big cousin that's proud, you know, and it's like, and it was so funny because I think that, you know, like even with our family, that is just so different. And, you know, a lot of people, they have issues with, you know, a lot of their family members. And I think most of us are just like so very loving. We're supportive with one another. And I just wanted to always thank you for like always supporting my visions, always, you know, like supporting my business. And, you know, and I remember recently we got together because my cousin, like I said, she has been my money lady for the past umpteen years, been doing my taxes, my business taxes. And then she was, you guys, when me and my husband, when we wrote this book, she was one of the first people that actually purchased her physical copy of the book, right? And so then she read it and she was like, oh my God, you know, you guys inspired me. And then she actually hired me in her business. And so have you ever like sent out an invoice? And I had been praying for like, okay, Lord, I need to change the direction that I've been going in my business. Like I said, I had went to someone and someone had done a reading for me, right? And so in the reading, they told me that I was not supposed to be doing business coaching. And I was like, what? What do you mean? mind you, I don't know if she's still on here, but my cousin Sharnette, she did trademarks. You guys, I put money into getting my business, my name of my business. I did, I have my organization, my Premium Services Academy, which was my business coaching thing. I mean, I invested time, money, and energy into this, right? Going to get like, because y'all know going to get a trademark is not nothing that's cheap. And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean? And so the message, and then I was like, okay, yeah, I hear you, but this MBA today is about to get used today, right? And so after we did this, I was like, and then I heard it from somebody else. Somebody else came to me with the same vision. I was like, okay, well, what does this mean, right? And so during this whole time, people didn't realize that I was actually working on a PhD to get a doctorate in metaphysics, that I had became an ordained minister, doing all this kind of stuff. Like, what is this what I'm really, really supposed to be doing? So then all of a sudden, the message came to me, and it was just like, whoever you work with on a spiritual basis, you have to give them your business coaching for free. And so I remember I had a conversation with Jonna, like, well, how can I have a business and just like give all of my 15 years of experience? Like, how am I supposed to just give people like free business coaching? Like, it was just amazing. But it was just in the interactions of just us having this, having a dialogue about, okay, because this is my business, this is how it's set up, this is what I'm trying to do, and this is what I need to do. And sometimes you have to get clear on exactly what it is that you have, the money that you have, what you have flowing, just being real with, with all the different ventures and streams and sources that you have coming in, right? Because you need that clarity in your business. You need that clarity in your business.
Yes, you do. And it all comes back to the why. You have to be able to sit down and write down your whys. Why are you doing this? And how much is it going to cost? And that all falls right back into budgeting. I've, hosted plenty of budgeting workshops that say you have to start there. You have to write down and put those numbers on paper. And then you will be able to move forward into that financial wellness, because when you can put it down on paper and you can say, this is how much I need to get to where I want to be, or even if it's in a nonprofit, even if it's to give back, we talk about down to the penny. It has to be down to the penny. You want to make sure you get that amount or that financial wellness that you need down to the penny. And when you get down to the penny, you will feel better. You will feel better that you know what you're working towards. And one of the things that that you can do is that once you put your budget together and you pray on it, and you start to see that different people can come into your life and be helpful on that. For instance, as soon as I figured out that I need to get on my own stuff and put my crown back on, which is very interesting, is I knew who to call. I knew I could call Megan Davis and say, look, I got to get on social media. I got to get on here, and I have to, start acting like, I'm not the fearless person that I am, that I didn't know that I know what my purpose is. So you can, and how much, like you said, you send me an invoice, I had to pay it. So guess what? Because I already knew.
She paid it with speed, y'all. So if y'all listen, okay, because money loves clarity, money loves speed. Honey, I sent my cousin this invoice and she paid it in like 8 minutes. I was like, what? In full, like in full, right?
But guess what, Megan? It's because before I came to you, I already knew that if I wanted to be on a social media platform or do these kind of things, that I was going to have to pay for it. And the only reason why I knew I was going to have to pay for it is because I did a budget that said, if I want to put myself out here and I want to be able to increase and be in abundance, it's going to cost me. And prior to even the budget, I had to be able to know that I needed to get that money to start doing these things. So this is a process. It's not something that happens overnight. These are things that you have to be able to think through before you just jump into it. And I'm even learning more about being prepared for, because a lot of times I can be prepared on money, but sometimes I'm not prepared on some of the things that I lack in, like social media and these other things. But guess what? That's why I try to make some money so I can pay somebody.
Right, because it takes money to make money,
it
right?
takes money to make money. Those things, your weaknesses, the flaws that you have to embrace them. And in business, you definitely have to embrace them. And you have to put a line item in your budget for those things, for those weaknesses. You cannot wear all the hats. It's not going to happen. You will not be in line. You will be off balance. You will be trying to do too many things, and you will be taking up a lot of time. And you can't do that. You cannot do that in business. And like we said, our businesses flow into our personal lives, and it flows into where we are at every day and why we're here today to talk about strengthening our crown, not to dim our light. So if that's the case, then you have to be able to get these things in line. You have to be able to get this balance going. And money is always a taboo. Money's always the things that people want to not talk about, when it actually becomes some of the major importance in you being able to create balance in your life, because you got to know how much is that balance gonna cost you. It will cost you. Okay. And you got to plan for it. You got to put it away in a rainy day. Stop giving it away, because like you said, you cannot light yourself on fire to make someone else warm. You have to be in balance. You have to be warm as well. And that's the only way, because you can then spark and give them the sparks, and then now y'all all are off. So you want to keep yourself in balance. And one of the ways to do that is by having financial wellness.
So I just wanted to thank you. Oh, y'all. Now that was the last word of the day, right? That was the last word, that y'all better get y'all money in order, right? And so, because if you could just let everybody know, you have an upcoming masterclass, and for all of the participants today, she is actually comping your ticket for you, so you get to access this masterclass where she would give y'all some budgets and all of this other kind of stuff. So tell us a little bit about that masterclass, when it is, and that someone from the team would drop the link for you all.
So everyone today who is joining us will be able to join my free budget. I'm doing a business budget. So we're going to kind of talk about being able to create a business budget, and I'll give you a physical spreadsheet that you can then plug in all of your but all your stuff for your business, so you can see where you need to go. How do you need to level up? How do you need to put Megan Davis in your line item so that you can get the social media thing going like me? In the Aditu agency, that's what you got to do. And you can find that on my website. So if you go to www.jittax.com masterclass, then you can register for that class and use Crown 25. So your discount code is going to be Crown 25, and that way you can join the workshop for free.
Thank you once again. I hope that you guys receive value in this conversation with Ms. Core today, because we want you guys to have your financial crown strengthened. We want you to have financial wealth and financial abundance, because like I said, it really takes cash to care. We have to have our finances in order. We need to know what money we have coming in, have realistic numbers, so that we can really make an impact on our businesses. We can make an impact on our brands, and so that we can make an impact to strengthen the next generation. So, Jana, it was an honor. It was a blessing. It's always a great conversation. I love you. And pick up access to the masterclass. Don't forget, the code is Crown 25. Any parting words before you go?
No, just the same thing. Put those crowns on and love wearing.
And I love your crown today. I love that. You might have to send me that.
Yes. Thank you. I love you, Miss Davis.
All right, love you too.
Miss Aderele.
Well, whatever, Davis Aderele.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you. Okay, everyone. So tell me, how awesome has today been? I can't believe that some of y'all have been rocking with me since 1 o'clock, almost 5 hours. How has it been for you today? Did you find value in these conversations? What has your experiences have been? Let me know in the chat. And if everyone wants to raise their hand, I will stick around. Give us some love. Just raise your hand and we will take you off of mute. But I want to wholeheartedly thank all of these 8 amazing ladies that we had today. They were some awesome guests. We had some great conversations. And my work is really truly just helping powerhouses to find their true paths and to really walk in it. Like I said, all too often in life and in business, we are on paths that aren't working for us, and we're not really sure how to really just shift directions in our business. And sometimes we do not even know which direction to go into. And for me, a part of my why of getting on my path was just to first become spiritually aligned with my calling, and then operating in this business model that was going to be authentic to me. And so I realized that now more people than ever, they want connections, they want transformations. And one of the things that I have also found is that when I am interacting with people, especially spiritually conscious entrepreneurs and emerging thought leaders and visionaries, is that they're building their businesses out of order, and they end up with a strategy that is not quite right for them. And because it's not aligned to who it is that they really are, it feels so unauthentic, it's missing some of the pieces, and honestly, it really, really gets nowhere. And so I have various solutions. What you can do is you can check your email after this. I will send you various ways that you and I can work together. One of the ways is going to be something as simple as purchasing the replay, right? The replay, which is going up in my portal. You can purchase it for $47. And if you don't know that 47, it means that the angels of manifestation are helping you to align your energy and thoughts with what is going to be of service to you. I will also be holding an upcoming 2-day masterclass, which will be $222. And that will be a really deep dive in your chakras and how they relate to your business, as well as how to utilize the universal laws in your business. And then I am also going to be in the next week or so opening up the doors to my signature program, which is Premium Services Academy, Spiritual Entrepreneurs Edition. Now, don't go to premiumservicesacademy.com because you will not find the correct information, but I did leave it up there. And what I'm wanting to do is for the next 8 months, up until January 2020, is to work with a few select companies and people that are looking to build their businesses. And so I will be providing you all with some additional information. Like I said, I will provide you all with that information in a bit. And let me just go through and read some of the comments. Janine, are you able to come off of mute?
Hello, Miss Megan.
Hey, Janine, I haven't seen you in about 10, longer than that.
More than that.
Time.
First and foremost, I want to say grand rising, rich rising, and thank you, because Jwuanita, Miss Core, is the one that invited me to attend. And when she sent me the message, my response to her was, that's my sea moss day. I sell my sea moss. She said, well, just put it on and let it play. And you know what? I said, I can't be too busy for my sister. I was momming, wifing, sea mossing, doing eyelashes, and I got so much information. I was uplifted. And while being amongst all of this spiritual abundant energy, a huge opportunity came to me. And it was just confirmation that when you align yourself with like-minded people, you don't have to work for anything. God will continue to bless you. So I'm just so grateful and thankful to be amongst all this positive energy, the positive comments, and all of the uplifting voices that were just pouring into all the panelists. And I just really, truly want to thank you for having this platform. You are a beautiful spirit inside and out. Please don't stop shining your light. Ashe.
Thank you, Janine. Ashe. That was beautiful. Thank you. And that's one of the biggest things that I want people to realize too when it comes to manifesting money is that sometimes you just have to be aligned to it. You don't have to work to receive money. I remember when I first started thinking about this conference, and I just really started thinking about, like I said, I wasn't trying to figure out how we were going to do it, right? You know, trying to not, okay, well, God, I see this, and this is a vision that actually had came to me a long time ago, was just to have a platform that had conversations. If anybody wants to hold the series for Strength in the Crown, you know, hey, just let me know. I don't want to be that only person. And that's why we 100% separated it from the business. The Aditu agency, we funded everything for this conference. We paid the VAs, we paid the graphic designers, we paid the people who did the videos, everything, right? We came out of our own pockets as an organization to put this on. But at the end of the day, I knew that it was bigger than me. I still had to go purchase the domain. I had to go purchase, you know, the emails and everything else that was related to it, right? And so I was just like, well, God, you know, if this is something that you want me to do, you know, I don't want to tap too much into my company. We're not at a point yet where we have sponsors, you know, just ensure that I have this money to put on this conference. Lo and behold, one of my cousins sends me a cash app. He was like, cuz, thank you for helping me out. You know, I had gotten laid off from COVID, and, you know, I'm not working yet like I should be, but guess what? I just want to bless you with $100, right? Then I had another client, and she was just like, oh, Megan, I know that you did some PR and some stuff for people from a while ago. Can you just help one of my clients? They have a nonprofit. I had another $1,500 that came in like 2 days later. Then all of a sudden I had other people, just business, that just started reaching out to me just so that I was able to really manifest this conference, right? And so every time I looked at it, I just want you guys to realize that when you are in alignment with something, people and blessings will just start coming to you. You don't even have to sit, you don't even have to work hard for things to be realized for you. It's just going to start coming to you. You're going to start operating in flow. And when you really start doing this, the people will start being attracted to you. The other thing in closing that I want to let you guys know is that I have been getting so much positive feedback with this conference, is that on Sunday, July the 18th, we will be having part 2 of Strength in the Crown, because so many people saw what I was doing. So many speakers came out to me. So many people was like, I can't be there. Let me purchase the replay. When are you doing this again? We have 2 dates. We will be doing this event quarterly for the rest of the year. So you will have other opportunities if you're interested in becoming a guest with Strength in the Crown. If you have a service that you want other people to really be impacted and impart your knowledge and your wisdom on other people, I will also be sending out some information to you all just so that you can learn how you can become a part of this opportunity. So again, save the date, Sunday, July the 18th. You will come in, and I don't know what we're talking about just yet, but I already have speakers that are already lined up. But I am here. I just want to thank you all once again. And if there is anyone else who would like to come on and unmute yourself, I would love to bring you up and have a conversation with you. And while I'm waiting on you all to raise your hands, I just wanted to read some of the things that we have in the comments. LaKenya said, thank you, Megan, for the summit. Jonna, she wants to thank you for the invite. She has been extremely full from faith to finances. Yes, yes. Lenine said that this was some wonderful education. Ms. Jill said, Megan, believe it has been very valuable. Diane said that she is so happy that she joined and stayed throughout. Thank you, Diane. Kelly, you're awesome. No, Kelly, you are always the awesome one. Christine said, yes, this opened up a lot of opportunities for her. Kim said, hey, Kim. Kim said that this is fantastic and she is looking forward to the next event. Awesome job. Thank you, AG. I get some crowns and some heart emojis. And yes, can you send all info via email? Yes. And so everyone, like I said, all of the information will be sent to your email, all of the links for all of the speakers that we had today, so that you can claim all of your free gifts. There's going to be a lot of valuable information in there for you. Like I said, some people are offering you free classes, some are journal prompts, some are activations. And so you will receive an email. You should have also received the email from us just about this information. If you have not, just be sure that you check your junk mail and that you add us to the contacts. So you will receive that information from us. And if you don't, can somebody just drop the email address for media at strengthenthecrown.com. You can always send us a message as well. Caitlin, she manages that inbox. Sharon said that this was so uplifting. Jamila said that the panel was powerful and the ancestors guided me well. Ashe, thank you. Jody, hey, cuz she said that there was so much value in this seminar. She wanted to thank me, Prince, and each of the panelists for sharing their gifts and talents. Love and light to you as well. Yvette said that was an awesome gift for that budget masterclass and some of the other ones. Yes. Jamila, yes, $47. For $47, like I said, it's an angel number, and it means that the angels of manifestation are helping you to align your energy and thoughts. And so that is why we price the masterclass, the replays for this at $47. And then the 222 is just saying that your gifts are creating opportunities for you. Okay. And Jill again says absolutely superb. And so I just wanted to thank you all once again for just coming and sharing and staying for the full time. Y'all are like the real MVP, but love, light, peace, and blessings to you. Have a good evening. I am Black, I am bold, I am beautiful. I am Black, I am bold, I am beautiful. And again, we just put on our crowns. And see, your crown is actually the connection to your creator. Yes. Even if you think about your chakras and your crown chakra, that is your connection to your higher consciousness. It is the power that lies within you that is drawn from your creator. And you see, today what I want to talk about how energy is everything. And you have the power in your two hands. You have the power to live your life on purpose. You have the power to create exactly what it is that you want. You have the power to know exactly who it is that you are. You have the power to be true to the authentic you. And you have the power to know that you are already enough.
Hi, I'm Megan Davis Aderele, business strategist to powerhouse service-based entrepreneurs who are ready to build a business that elevates their impact, their influence, and their income. At the Aditu agency, we teach experts laser-focused business success strategies that are designed to help them package up their expertise, leverage their brilliance, and launch their signature offers. So if you are serious about taking your business to the next level and looking to scale up, serve more, reach new goals, and step fully into your power, then I'd like to invite you to schedule a consultation so that we can figure out where the gaps are in your business and see if we're a good fit for one another. If you are truly looking to manifest your visions into reality, then book your call today.